So good evening, everyone. It's been pleasure, and it's been really a fantastic 3 days, and we are entering into the final session and final day of this international convention. We had brainstorming sessions from different people from different part of the world and from India, within India, outside India. So it's been like we were actually overwhelmed with the questions or the we are getting so many feedbacks from students, teachers. Frankly speaking, we never thought we would get this many the good responses. So I first of all I thank everyone. First of all I thank all the participants and all the great speakers and great acharyas. I thank everyone for accepting our invitation and joining, and who made this or who are making this international convention as a grand success. So today is our trustee was about to give a valedictory speech, but he couldn't come. So I combined myself with just my welcome speech with the valedictory speech. So today we have three scholars. One is Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesri Madam, who is the director, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and who when we approached her, who readily accepted and so kind, and she was very kind enough to accept our invitation. So I wholeheartedly thank and welcome her for this session. And of course it's nice that here this Baswati Bhattacharya ma'am also there here, and very fantastic and very bold, and and once again thank you madam for accepting our invitation, and welcome you wholeheartedly on behalf of Coimbatore Ayurveda College and the entire student fraternity and the teachers fraternity. And of course last but not least Vaidya Ramanoharji, who is our alumni and very senior most person, and who worked in now who is working with Amrita School and worked with AVP, and ever humble person, and he accepted our invitation once again to grace this occasion. So I wholeheartedly welcome you also, sir. And of course all my teachers, students, and the participants who have been with us for the past 3 days, or who is going to join, or who have already joined today, I welcome you wholeheartedly for this presentation. So basically our idea was conducting this seminar or this symposium, or whatever you call, like the international convention, to take up whatever happened in a different field, in the field of Ayurveda in different places, because the COVID is everywhere. So what we have done, people have done many things in different places. We want to bring everybody under one platform and to share their experience, so that it can be given to the world. That was our main motto. I think by God's grace, by nature's support, I think we could able to achieve that. So once again, I welcome you all, and have a good evening and enjoy our session. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a really warm welcoming to all our guests, participants, and our speakers who are present here. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the valedictory session of Ayur Samiksha 2021, an international virtual convention on Ayurveda and research advances in COVID-19, organized by Ayurveda College Coimbatore in association with Diksha e-learning, co-sponsored by Jignasa Tamil Nadu, Remedy Ayurveda Center Qatar, Healing Earth, Ayul Veda Sangamam Tamil Nadu, Din Acharya USA, Escola de Sabres Ancestres Brazil, I Ask Ayush, and Ayurveda Library. Quoting Mike Dooley, life is not about expecting, hoping, wishing it. It is about doing, being, and becoming. It is my great privilege to share this platform with these great Vaidyas from all around the world. Now, without any further delay, let us start.
First, to mark an auspicious beginning of today's valedictory session, let us invoke the blessings of Lord. For prayer, I would like to invite Vinata. Over to you, Vinata.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvikhnam सर्वकारेषु सर्वदा.
Thank you, Vinita.
Thank you. And now, to speak a few words, I would like to invite our special guest of honor, Dr. Baspati Bhattacharya ma'am. Before handing over the session, I would like to take the privilege of introducing ma'am to this platform. Dr. Bhattacharya is a Harvard-educated licensed physician of family medicine and preventive medicine, dividing her time between Manhattan and Banaras. Since 2003, she serves as a clinical assistant professor of medicine at Cornell Medical College in New York and has a 20-plus years of experience in clinical research and hospital medicine. She has received numerous awards as an educator, writer, and speaker. She's a Fulbright specialist in global public medicine and integrative medicine. Her book, Everyday Ayurveda by Penguin Random House, is a national bestseller. Her work through the Dinacharya Institute focuses on bringing the authentic wisdom and science of ancient medicines such as Ayurveda back into the hands and hearts of the people. We are indeed happy to welcome ma'am to this platform. We'll be hearing shortly from her.
Shortly means now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. So this is one of the problems between American English and Indian English, because shortly in American English means later. Okay, so thank you very much for having me at your conference. It's really a pleasure for me to speak with some of my great teachers, friends, and colleagues, and to meet many of you who are practitioners working with COVID, finally. As it turns out, I had come from New York, where I am usually based, to my home in Benares, which is where I am now. And I had gone for an integrative oncology conference where I had spent some time with Raj Mohan V. And then suddenly, just after that, I went for my annual Panchakarma and the lockdown happened. So since February of 2020, I have been in India and watching the COVID experience. Now, on one level, I think that Bhagwan, has intervened, because my hospital, New York Presbyterian Hospital, where I'm online weekly, was the epicenter of the world, the largest number of cases in the world. And really, it was a very severe thing. And so I was actually quite happy not to be in New York, but instead to be in the safety of a clinical fellowship that I had undertaken in Udupi at the Dhanvantari Ayurveda Hospital. Now, being in India, but also being online in America, I got to watch what was happening with COVID. And I'm going to share some of that with you in the talk that I gave at the end of the valedictory session. But I have been watching what's happening. And because I'm kind of straddling both countries, plus I have a home in Paris, so there was a huge crisis in France as well. I've been following all three countries pretty closely. And the different ways of thinking have been very disturbing, actually, because they don't look at the evidence straight on. There are biases that creep in that push people to one area of thinking, and they don't allow for the Ayurvedic way of pramana to come forth. And so I'm going to talk about that more during my talk. During these last 3 days, however, I was invited to be part of the conference and listen. And I was really, I have to say, I was really impressed, as usual, with Sumit Kumar, who is doing the study on complicated comorbidities of COVID and how he described the approach that is being taken. And it was an excellent talk. And I believe that those are being saved as recordings, and people will have access to them. I was also very impressed by, everyone is impressed by Professor K.S. Dhiman, but the way that he answered questions was really superb. And I hope that if you haven't gotten a chance to watch his talk, that you will take the time to just listen to him. In addition, Dr. Dinesh KS talked about the pediatric approach, especially in Kerala, and that was really important because of this third wave or this pediatric wave that people are predicting. But what was very interesting from these talks was that they were emphasizing the patient as the individual patient and what to do, not as a general case for everyone. And that individualization of care, that personalized individualization of care, is what we should be focusing on with our cases of COVID that we see. So there's the political and the socio-political side that's there, and certainly there's the whole side of the Ayurvedic people who still do not understand that they can see COVID patients. Luckily, Kotecha ji came online at one of the conferences and assured everyone that yes, Ayurvedic Vaidyas can see COVID patients, but that there are guidelines. So I'll be showing some of those guidelines and why they do work and why they don't work and where they work. In addition, the Vaidyas in the Aptas, in the Shastras, did tell us some guidelines, which most people are not following, but the ones that are getting very good results. And I want to discuss some of that in the idea of how to advance research forward, because we need to find a way to not get set protocols, which really are not individualized, and yet to use some of the main principles, such as Janapada Udvamsa's guidelines for cleaning the air, the land, the water, and being aware of time and the age of the person. In addition, we have Jwara Chikitsa, which can vary from not just recommendation to recommendation, but by the patient and by the location, right? Dosha, Desha, Balakala. So there's all of these different factors, and yet there are set protocols. How do we take those and put them into research? Most of that is not being done. So what kind of research can we use to make sure that people have a way of producing research which will be acceptable for the mainstream of science in a language they can listen? So that's what I'll be talking about. In addition, in the last couple of days, we've seen some really good talks on how to use Panchakarma post-COVID, when not to use it, how to be careful with Snehana, with people who already have amas, kind of stuck in their body, and how to use the guidelines of anorexia and anosmia as a way to know when to do Panchakarma. In addition, we had a few other talks today, some of the talks for the International Day of Yoga on how to use pranayama, yoga, and various multi-integrated therapies is, I hope, what all of you have enjoyed during these sessions, because it's really those integrative integration of therapies in a seamless way, which is actually going to take us forward. And it's what gives us the best case results. Those of my patients who have recovered, I have to wonder, with an already recovery rate of 98, 99%, they might have recovered anyway. But what did I do helping them with Ayurveda that helped them to recover? And I hope that's the question that you take forward with you as you leave this conference. So with those words, I want to say thank you to all of the speakers for teaching us. All of us are learning, all of us are students. And I have to say that I'm really looking forward to listening to these last few talks, because they really are by stalwarts who are incredibly smart people. Tanuja Nesri is someone I've known for over 20 years, back when she was in Pune. And she is a true scholar, not just a director and someone running an institution with thousands of people, but as an individual, she's a true scholar. And Ram Manohar also is a person who loves swimming in the Shastras and bringing out points and making them clear to people. So I hope that you enjoy this Sunday evening and listening. This is one of the last days of Uttarayana. We're going to be moving into Dakshina. Well, if you're in South India, you're already in Dakshinayana, but we are going to enjoy these last couple of days. And I wish you a happy International Day of Yoga tomorrow. And I thank you for inviting me to the valedictory function. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, to address the gathering, I would like to invite Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nezari, ma'am. Professor Tanuja Nezari has completed her MD and PhD in Dravyaguna Vijnana from Gujarat Ayurveda University. She has successfully completed 25 clinical research projects as a principal investigator. She's a principal investigator in various collaborative projects of AILA with UK, USA, Germany, Brazil, and Australia. Professor Tanuja Nesari has published 165 papers in index journals and has authored and edited 16 books in English and regional languages. She is recipient of Best Ayurveda Teacher Award of the year 2005. She has guided 64 scholars in traditional pharmacology and pharmaceutics. Currently, she is serving her values as director as well as head division of translational research and biostatic at All India Institute of Ayurveda, Government of India, New Delhi. Now over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Namaste
Yes.
to everyone. Honorable distinguished guests who have joined this webinar. Honorable Principal Chandramoli and Madam Tullia, who is constantly pursuing from Ayurveda College, Coimbatore. All my colleagues, Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya, who really have spoken very high words about me. My good friend, Dr. Ram Manohar, all the esteemed guests and highly accomplished experts who are joined in this webinar. At the outset, I pay my tribute to Sri Krishna Kumarji, one of ever-time mentor for all of us. And he's really a great guru, ever-time guru for all of us. And I'm really thankful for giving me this opportunity to speak about the research, especially in COVID-19. At the outset, I congratulate all those who have joined E-Diksha, Jigyasa and Ayurveda College, Coimbatore, as Baswati mentioned, for organizing this yagya, what we can say, not Dakshina and Uttarayan, but Jnana Yagya, where the many experts, starting from Qatar Singh, Dinesh and many others, they have shared their experiences about what is the principal theory and approach and what are the experiences, because experience sharing is a learning. And in the beginning, since this virus itself is a novel coronavirus, so entire world is learning from this novel virus, how it behaves, what are the pathophysiology, what should be the diagnosis, what are the management principle. The same is, and I'm really happy to share that sitting in Delhi at All India Institute of Ayurveda, but close proximity under the Ministry of Ayush, under the dynamic leadership of Vaidya Ajesh Koteja and all the dignitaries and the authorities. Actually, as you look into the guidelines which are coming up, uh, starting from across 200 nations. The first was the Ministry of Ayush was home care isolation guideline. And as the world started with working on empirical evidences, it was HCQ, then the theory of inflammation, cytokine storm, then it was thrombosis, and now again this the picture is being cleared, how it behaves, then various mutants. Now it is a delta and lambda and many others. But the same, we started working all the group. It's a consensual document. First was the isolation guideline, then was the practitioners guideline. But it was not only floated on the ministry's website, but actually All India Institute of Ayurveda actually started implementing as it is. It was just hypothesis, empirical evidence, but based on the consensual document. Then Krishna Kumarji Honorable was also the part of developing these guidelines, and based on the experience, the wisdom of treating managing Janapadodmus Vyadhis, what could be the ideal treatment modalities was the one which really uh, mm, was considered, and the same was implemented. And at All India Institute, I will not take more time because we want to listen to Ram Manohar also and other speakers also. And but I wanted to share here that we actually implemented, and those guidelines included some local measures which will prevent the entry of the virus. So that was like nasya, gargling, steam inhalation. And then the second principle what was adopted was this preventing the replication of virus into the system, that is antiviral. So the kadha, which was with the spices, dalchini, ginger, shunthi, kali mirch, tulsi, and the resin, munakka. So that was just we started giving to everyone. But believe like we have that habit of having the aptopadesh, so we started implementing with the same logic. And the third which was added into the home care guideline was the haldiwala doodh, but that condition of armor that we were very specific to understand, but that was chavanprash and sanchamanivati and avla based formulations. So all those things we considered, but it's as it is said that rogam adau parishetatu anantaram aushadam. So first of all, the prophylaxis guideline was implemented to AYURVEDA. We just developed the kit, preventive kit, which included all three as a Chavanprash, Sanchamanivati, Kadha, and Anutel as a nasal shield. And that was given to the frontline warriors. Rakshako ki raksha karna hamara farj hai. Considering that, we just gave it to 80,000 Delhi police personnel, and the same again is repeated at the largest cohort. And now, as Baswati said, that the package, the fundamental principle should be Ayurveda, but that should be supported with the conventional, like we do our own outcome measures with all the pramanas, but we should have the conventional measures as it is acceptable to the understand the entire scientific community and across the globe, and also to convince our own people. It is not only for the globe, but सवासो the करोड़वासी देशवासी को विश्वास देना है. To develop the confidence, we have to just measure the diagnostic measures which are used as RT-PCR, is positive versus negative, what is the immune status, what are the inflammatory markers, what is IL-16, what is CRP, and then what is D-dimer and coagulation profile others. So we have all, even HRCT also we have, but that for the prophylaxis, that immune status questionnaire along with the immunological markers we have measured in some cohort. But that what was the result? On the research, we have roped in Public Health Foundation of India, and the result was the trend line outcome as a drastically came down as compared to other metro cities, and also the mortality is was comparatively very low, 0.48. And even in the second wave also we gave the same thing, and then also it was the same. We added, because the second virus it really affected more on the lung, and we just added more Adhatoda Vasika and Vasa and Yashti Madhu to the Kashai, and again the result were exactly the same as a trend line coming down. This is something, some research is in the public health domain, and it is not only the public health, but it was public health research with the Raj. So everywhere we have captured the status outcome measure with Google form, with the software, and with the Sanjeevani app and many others, so that and that the statistical, calculating the sample size, the statistical analysis, keeping the scientific rigor, we have assessed the effect on the immune system. That was the prophylaxis. Coming to the treatment at COVID Health Center, where we were lucky one to got the opportunity to treat 632 patients at COVID Health Center, where mild to moderate patients were treated, and each and every patient we have diagnosed them according to Ayurveda. It's not only Janapadot, but somewhere Jwara, Shwas, Kas, and earlier cases, earlier phase 1, I must say that we used more herbal, And in the second phase, we used Rasaushadhi also. But from morning to evening, like Ayurveda is a Chikitsa Sutra. So considering in many cases, it was not only Raja, like Jwara, Sannipata Jwara, Shwaskas, but in some cases, like now we are really crystallizing our thought in some cases where it is a Raja Yakshma we have to treat. So we have that meta-analysis and subgroup studies also, but the whole system as a black box design from morning to evening, which included yogasan, pranayam, then aushadha, then ahara, counseling, recreation, and that package pre and post, we have the outcome measures, and these what is the outcome is 99.99%. I have a confidence level that it's a 99.99% patients got positive from negative positive to negative, and with their outcome measures all within the normal limit within almost average 10 days. So and the mean recovery time was reduced to 50%, and most important, their severity was also reduced, but most important, without any further complications, because we have followed them for next 90 days. We have the close follow-up because we have not only testing center, vaccination center, but we have helpline, and we are following up their entire, even after the discharge, we are following up their health status, and we are all constantly in touch with the patient. So this is the strength of Ayurveda, but it is supported with the, we have to closely, what is the caution here? In the research rigor also, and in the as a treatment physician also, we have to closely monitor with all these outcome measures. So what is the integration is a holistic Ayurveda treatment supported with the diagnostics test. So this is a modern Ayurveda approach. I can say our concepts are Ayurveda, but the outcome measures also closely monitor so that we decide where is our limit and when to refer. And that's the success, knowing our limits and referral system. I think that's the most success. So that's what when we say that the inclusion and the exclusion criteria, that really is important. But in COVID-19, such medical emergencies, we could not exclude. For example, we really had decided in COVID Health Center that below 90 will not treat and will refer. But there were some, there was a condition that we could not, the patient could not get bed into ICU facilities, and we had to treat the patient in our own facility with the Ayurvedic Rasaushadis, Shvasakas Chintamani, and many other, Suvarna Bhupati, and there is a list. And then we could really see that their SpO2 is going up. So it is a, Dr. Ram Manohar, you can tell us how we say that this is a case study where 76, from 76 to 99, the patient went really totally negative. It was out of compulsion we had to keep, but we really treated the patient. So there we have such stories, pre and post, a single case, also success case, how we keep it, because for other studies we had IEC, IRB, CTRI registration, but these are the case studies we can say. And then like a double blind like a gold standard double blind control clinical study, we also have our MOU partners with our public health, medical institution at Faridabad, AIMS. Then we did a very successful study completed as a prophylaxis with neem. And in the second phase, where there is a more black fungus and what many fungus, somewhere I read about green fungus also, I don't know, but all these fungal, because it's the treatment of the environment. If we don't do that in Janapadodmumsa Dushita Jaladesh Vayu and Kal, I think the treatment of the environment, we don't create the harmony and treat the ecosystem, clean the ecosystem. We don't care the nature. We have to protect the nature. Nature will protect us. So the neem was the one very important candidate. And now also I really feel that even in the prophylaxis of mucormycosis, the Panchanimba Churna and the Gandhak Rasayan is really getting, and we are working we have the preliminary communication with the medical institutions to initiate such studies. We have also initiated study for understanding molecular mechanism. Already ministries have already studied, but we have initiated this study with the clinical study with the effect of anutel in minimizing how the 90% viral load, that's the research question. So already we have those study initiated, and many candidates like Kalamegha, Ashwagandha, add-on effects standard of along with the standard of care. So we have altogether 12 research studies already CTRI registered, and many of the studies we have also understanding what is the effect, the impact of the advisories. Those studies also we have taken considered. So with all those studies and ministries 124 studies CTRI, I think the what we can say that for classical wisdom and the experiential basis, it's the time to create an evidence, and classical wisdom supported with technologies, the way how we really create the confidence within our own society, so that they really consider Ayurveda or not only as a jadibatu science, but as a really there is a scientific rigor in this knowledge system. And the lastly, as an immunomodulator, we have to really create many more evidences, because it is not only the science is a science of healing, it is wellness and happiness. I think those measures for deha, at measuring the deha bala, measuring manobala, and measuring agni bala, if we really develop that questionnaire and really set the benchmark, I think for all our rasayanas, we can definitely create, and that's what is created. And now we are trying to assess also. Maybe some of the other next few months will come out with the results also. And that's what exactly really the society wants now, because the dates वो कोरोना से लोग नहीं मरे हैं, लोग अगर मरे हैं तो डर is the one, the mental health is the one, fear, phobia. Then मनोबल जिनका कम है, जिनका देह बल कम है और जिनका अग्निबल कम है, अग्निबल कम हो रहा है, बहुत टॉक्सिक मेडिसिन से हो रहा है, खाना अच्छा नहीं होने की वजह से हॉस्पिटलाइज पेशेंट्स, ये तीनों का बल अगर अच्छा रखते हैं, आई थिंक द रिसर्च देयर इज अ नीड to convince, develop those outcome measures for maintaining these three bala. That I think the take home message I would like to convey each and everyone, because this is our age old the gift to the entire humanity. Maybe this is a high time to not compare our orange versus apple, but just bring our own parameters in a very convincing way. And that's what now we are doing. And in the post-COVID management and in the long COVID, as it was mentioned, we are already working very closely with the London School of Hygiene, with the UK College, and various other international partners and within the countries. And we'll be very happy if anyone comes forward for having the partnership. And I think this is the multicentric study where we can really create the evidences for even post-COVID management. And now what is the take-home message now? First wave आ गई, हर्बल मेडिसिन से ठीक हो गई. Second wave आई, it was really are the Saushadhis. Those were really very important even for the COVID pneumonia. That's what our HRCT score from very severe, now it is coming. And even in the fibrosis also our rasayanas and various measures are really helping along with the Ayu yoga model. But if we really want to prevent the third wave, that's what where are again not only primary prevention, but the secondary prevention will definitely help. And we have to unite together, and we have to really work more rigorously on these prophylactic measures and with the scientific parameters, and using like a Swasthya Raksha, we have brought the amended version of the Kadha and Rasayan Churnavati along with Ashwagandha, and just to capture the response of the society and measure it and document it and present it. I think This is the way how we have to take it forward. And I wish everyone a wellness, happiness, and I wish and pray that your Dehabal, Manobal, and Agnibal remains intact to really prevent the third wave. And I'm once again, I congratulate all my wishes and the greetings for successful organization for this very, very important seminar. Maybe these proceedings will definitely be useful for everyone. And congratulations again. And I wish you all the best. Namaste to everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a delight listening to you. Now, to render presidential address, I would like to invite Dr. P. Ram Manohar, sir. Dr. P. Ram Manohar received BAMS and MD degrees from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore, and Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Bangalore, respectively. He was the principal investigator on the Indian side of the National Institute of Health, USA-sponsored research study to scientifically evaluate the efficacy of Ayurveda in rheumatoid arthritis, which was conducted in collaboration with the University of Washington, Seattle, University of California, Los Angeles, and AVP Coimbatore, under the leadership of Daniel First, MD, eminent rheumatologist. The outcomes of this study won the prestigious Excellence in Integrative Medicine Research Award from the European Society of Integrative Medicine. He has, to his credit, more than 100 publications. He is research advisor of Indian National Science Academy, Government of India. He was honored with the Ayurveda Marga Pravartaka Award by the L. Mahadevans Ayurveda Foundation in 2014 and Vaidya Sundarlal Joshi Smriti Shodha Puraskara by the Mahagujarat Medical Society in 2015. He has also received the Bharadwaja Puraskara Award from the Puntotam Ayurveda Ashram in July 2016. He is presently serving as Research Director at Amrita Center for Advanced Research in Ayurveda, attached to Amrita School of Ayurveda. Now, over to you, sir.
Thank you. My pronouns to Dr. Tanuja Nesari Madam, the Honorable Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda. Dr. Senthil Ganesh, the Managing Trustee of the RVS Educational Group, the Principal of Ayurveda College, Coimbatore, Dr. Chandra Maheshwaran, and Dr. Vasudhi Bhattacharya, all the other eminent dignitaries, students, and faculty. It's a great honor and pleasure to be present here today and to say a few words during this valedictory function. I should begin by congratulating the organizers, the Ayurveda College and Diksha e-learning for such an intense international convention on a virtual platform that has been going on for the last 3 days, and a lot of eminent personalities with different experiences and background and have come and shared their views on the scope of Ayurveda in the management of COVID-19. And I can understand from the title that there is a special focus on research advances related to Ayurveda on COVID-19. And I'm sure this has been an extremely enriching and learning experience. We are still not out of this COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, it totally caught us off guard in India. The second wave came, in such disastrous impact on our lives. And we still have to plan and respond, and the Ayurvedic response for COVID-19 also needs to be, redeveloped, rethought, and reworked. So we have to think not only in the short term, but also in the long term. On the one hand, we still have to deal with the pandemic in the short term. We are not yet done with it. There are still predictions of a third wave. And on the other hand, we need to also look at it from the long term. I mean, what do these kind of events mean? The pandemic is not a standalone event. It's perhaps only one element of a much greater disharmony that is getting propagated in the whole world. our whole philosophy, attitude towards life, how we deal with nature, all these things need to be re-examined. Of course, I was listening to Dr. Bhaswati, and she was highlighting very important points, and also gave a brief and good review of the talks that had taken place on this platform in the last days. And I'm also very much looking forward to a talk later today evening on how the Ayurvedic tarka and logic can be brought into the whole discourse, also especially of research, because when we talk about research, we usually think about adopting modern research methodologies. I've always felt that research should primarily be inspired by our own, thought process in the darshanas, and then we should incorporate modern methodologies where it is appropriate. So I think it's a good way to close this whole in convention by giving fresh thoughts on how the Ayurvedic thought process can be brought into this research. And again, it was fascinating once again to listen to Dr. Tanuja Madam's summary of all the initiatives that have been taken from the ministry, and especially the All India Institute of Ayurveda. I think the All India Institute of Ayurveda has taken great leadership and initiative in, bringing the benefits of Ayurveda, bringing applications from Ayurveda at the practice level, developing guidelines and conducting research studies both at the national and at the international level. So this has been phenomenal. And I think all these outcomes, we are going to know the impact of it in the coming months and years, because many of these studies are in progress or the data is being analyzed. But I think these are historical steps that have been taken. I don't think there is a precedent in modern times of the Ayurvedic community being able to take these steps. I know we are all not so satisfied. There are many, many things that should have happened or could have happened. I can see a lot of Ayurveda practitioners are complaining about what more should have happened, but I think we should look at the circumstances and the hurdles that had to be faced. And in that sense, I think the Ministry of Ayush has taken really pioneering steps, and with the support of institutions like All India Institute of Ayurveda, NIA, and many other modern scientific institutions, also CSIR, even ICMR. I think a lot of ground has been made, a lot of foundational work has been done, to bring the Ayurveda into the forefront in managing the pandemic. But we cannot say that we have reached exactly where we aim to reach. So this work has to continue. And so events like this, bringing scholars, there are so many unsung heroes, they need to be brought into the limelight. There are a lot of practitioners who have been working. So I have had a chance to look at this whole phenomenon, in many capacities. Some contributions I could make, even with all the limitations of being in a private sector, as part of the task force, I have seen things happening. Interacting with clinicians, I found a lot of creative work has happened at the level of Ayurvedic practice. A lot of practitioners have risen to the occasion and delivered very well with Ayurveda. Even when we hear of other stories of false claims and exaggerated claims, we cannot ignore the genuine contributions that many Ayurveda clinicians have made. And I think this needs to be also brought into the limelight and analyzed, discussed, and their contributions should be recognized. I have also been involved in some studies. Of course, big clinical trials we couldn't do in Kerala. The situation is not so favorable. Many of them are in collaboration, preclinical studies or reviews. But recently, I also experienced the COVID pandemic as a patient, with at least 10 members in our family being affected in the second wave. And this experience only reinforced my conviction in Ayurveda, because we were all able to come out of it without much difficulty by starting treatment very early. So what I would like to point out is that, humanity is facing a big crisis. I think COVID is just one of the things that we may have to face in the future. So while in the short term, we need to look at remedies, immediate solutions. I think it is also very important that we look at it in the long term, and that is where I think Ayurveda has the most to contribute. I don't believe in one system competing with the other. I think the human culture, human experience is so rich and varied, and we need all these elements to be harmonized to make our life more complete. Whether it is in healthcare, whether it is in all endeavors of human activity, we need to bring this approach of integration, cooperation, multicultural approach, and even in medicine that is needed. So there are a lot of gaps and lacunae that Ayurveda as a medical system can fill in and make our response to COVID-19 more complete, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. I think that is where Ayurveda practitioners should focus. Of course, we'll have to defend ourselves when we are being sidelined unfairly or our potential is not recognized. But I think the overall pitch of this whole initiative should be that Ayurveda has a very strong role to play, where we have to play that role, and how by integrating Ayurveda into this whole program, we can make our responses more complete, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. And I believe that the learnings that have happened in the last 3 days by bringing together experts with diverse backgrounds, I hope all this is being compiled into a takeaway message. And I would suggest that this should also be submitted to the authorities. What are the main learnings and takeaway messages? As I said, we are in a dynamic process. We need to keep getting updated and refined perspectives. We know the COVID virus is also playing a game with us. There is a lot of unexpected things happening, mutations, variations in clinical presentations, and irrational therapies, even from modern medicine, is making the thing very complex. So we need to have this learning curve. And so I think, and I would like to suggest to the organizers that the learning from this whole event is, compiled into a very well-defined outcome. And this could also be submitted to the concerned authorities, and it can give directions in how we should be moving forward. So I know I'm going to speak again shortly. So I would like to stop here. I'm very happy to see that this event is concluding very successfully. So once again, congratulations to the organizers, the Ayurveda College, Diksha Learning, and all the people who have played, a very important role in, making this program a success. My best wishes to all of them. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Chandramouli here, sir. And Tanuja ma'am, thank you very much for your kind words. Definitely, we will take up your suggestions, sir. We will, draft the outcome and we will try to submit to the authorities. And we need your guidelines also, sir. And I'm really honored that you have accepted, and Madam also accepted. As you said, this COVID did a lot. I do believe that it gave us a platform and it gave good things to us. Because now I see generally people are looking into Ayurveda not only for this. There is one awareness is created by God's grace. So, and especially All India Institutes and the ministry, they are doing commendable job in taking up to the because as you said, lots and lots of hurdles when it comes to the modern medicine. I'm not here to blame, but still I say they can use any kind of trial and error, but they say scientific, whereas we give the proof, still they say we are unscientific. So until and then the change of mind happens, we will have to face this hurdle, but I'm sure that we will overcome this hurdle with solid proofs and evidence, sir. So once again, I thank you on behalf of my institution, on behalf of my management. I thank sincerely by the Ramanohar sir and Tanuja ma'am. Once again, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Sri Lakshmi. Sri Lakshmi? Hello?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. There might be some network issue. Okay, sir. Now, before going into the session, there is a special announcement. Now, regarding our next big program of Samsadi 2021, Ayurveda College Coimbatore, in association with Diksha e-learning, is proud to present Samsadi 2021 Ayurveda Decoded, where we decode the Ashtangas of Ayurveda with the guidelines of renowned doctors and Vaidyas from all the fields of expertise, coming forward with 30 sessions over a span of 15 days, where the traditional medicines meets its modern counterpart. There will be paper presentations and poster competitions, taking this seminar series to the next level. It's going to be a hybrid seminar which will include both online and offline sessions. We will come back to you with more details of the session. And don't forget to stay connected with us in all our social platforms for all the latest updates. Now, moving to the session.
Now, without any further delay, let us start today's session. The session is conducted by Dr. Ramanoha on the topic, Role of Ayurveda in the Present and Future on COVID-19, a Perspective. Before starting the session, I would like to go through a few of the basic instructions to be followed throughout the session. For an uninterrupted class session, use laptop with high-speed internet connection. Please make sure your microphone is on mute to have a disturbance-free session. In case of any disruption, please check your internet connection first, and if the problem is within our network connection, kindly raise the issue in the chat box. Filling your full name to be displayed is appreciated. Any suggestions and queries can be sent in the chat box. Now, I would like to hand over the session to Sir. Over to you, Sir.
Thank you very much. I just need to know what is the duration, because somehow that point didn't come through. And I know there is one more speaker after me. So I just want to make sure that I am using the time fairly. So could you please tell me what is the duration?
Yes, sir. So we can have a 1.5 hour session, including the session and the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So this is 5 o'clock now. Already, I think we lost some time. So it's still okay that I go up to 6:30?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you. Yes, so once again, I'm back again to speak back to back, but this is going to be a longer talk. And my topic is the role of Ayurveda in the present and future of COVID-19. I didn't want to change this topic, but I was a bit amused when I saw that should COVID-19 really have a present or future, or is it humanity that should have a future or present? Because in the one sense, it looks like COVID-19 is looking at it sarcastically. It's not worried at this point of time. We are worried about our present and future. So I would like to just modify this. What COVID-19, how is this impacting us in our present, and how it might impact us in the future, and how can perhaps Ayurveda bring about a difference? How can Ayurveda, change the whole trajectory of this COVID-19? Because COVID-19 is that which is affecting us. We don't want it to control our lives. It has reached a point where, we cannot even step out of our house. I don't think this kind of imprisonment has happened before on such a large scale in our memories of this generation. So this is a very, very unprecedented situation, and we still do not know when we are going to come out of it. So that is the gravity of the situation. COVID-19 is threatening our present as well as the future. And what is it that Ayurveda can do, to change the course of this pandemic? That is what I would like to focus on today. So, as Dr. Chandramouli was mentioning a little earlier, we are facing a lot of hurdles. Sometimes it's very unfair. We have seen this disparity. I mean, people like Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan has pointed out right from the beginning that, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, we are now on level playing ground. Modern medicine is also not aware, is much ignorant about this whole disease, as well as Ayurveda. So we have to start from the same point. So it is true that, when modern medicine is enjoying these so-called privileges in leading clinical trials and studies, we don't even get an opportunity to even study, what we think could be helpful in COVID. That doesn't really, go well with us. It's true. So that is definitely there. That situation of disparity is there, and I think this is not a new phenomenon. In fact, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought this out, has precipitated this problem, that it has now become a prominent feature, that we are able to address it. So I think we should look at it positively. This is something that has been there in the background. Nobody was questioning it. It was not visible. That Ayurveda did not have a chance to evolve or develop, even do its own research. I remember at the beginning of the pandemic when we had the task force and these meetings, it was even so challenging to get permission to even do a clinical study related to a drug in Ayurveda. When we talk about repurposing, when HCQS was being pushed at that time with hardly any evidence or rationale, when it looked like many of our Ayurvedic medicines, because of its long use in similar kind of diseases in olden times, they had a much better rationale for being tried out. It was very difficult to push it. It is true. But I think we have to understand some reality. This is not a situation that has happened overnight. This is something that has happened through the centuries. And COVID-19 pandemic is actually precipitating all these challenges so that we can address them and maybe find a solution so that we completely change the way Ayurveda develops in the future. This is what I think is up to us to decide. It is just like an Utkleshana that is happening when you look at Panchakarma treatment before the Shodhana therapy. We have to do a lot of Utkleshana. COVID-19 is also a blessing in disguise in one way. I don't want to tell it as a blessing at all, because in the second wave we have seen really bad things happening. But if you look at it from a very, very big picture, I think nature is giving us an opportunity to reflect, to correct, mend our ways and move forward with more focus and awareness. In that sense, when we look at it, a lot of our hidden problems, the waste that we have been pushing under the car, shoving under the carpet, they are all being brought outside, whether it is in Ayurveda or whether it is in modern medicine. Limitations are being exposed like anything. I don't know whether you agree with me. We have not seen this kind of exposing happening in such a short period of time. Now every child knows all the unethical practices that even modern doctors are doing. We have had so many experiences. Even from the Ayurvedic side also, many of our weaknesses got exposed. So I think if we consider this as an Utkleshana that is happening, and if we address it in that sense, we should look at it as an opportunity for, self-correction, self-evolution, and also bringing out an appropriate response. So in that sense, I think Ayush has also made a historic step in, for the first time, pushing and bringing Ayurveda into areas where we couldn't come before. There have been plus and minuses in this, and it's a continuous process. So let us not think that what has been done is already over. We need to still take it further. So one of the big things that happened was, of course, that when the Ayush task force, was a combination of Ayurveda physicians, of allopathic scientists, as well as, allopathic doctors doctors. So this coming together of very eminent people, involved in major decision-making organizations of the country coming together to find a role for Ayurveda and position it, I think has been really historical, because many of these studies that were done on Ayurveda have also been led by modern scientists and modern researchers. So that's one side of it. But on the other side, the same process has led to sidelining of Ayurvedic approaches. That is where we now need to fill that gap. In the next phase, I think that is the real focus. While Ayurveda was brought into the forefront through initiatives of modern scientists, modern doctors who led some studies, we still have not been able to bring the classical Ayurvedic approach to dealing with the pandemic, the whole system approach, how Ayurveda would, work on understanding a pandemic, a new disease, how it would understand it in its own terms, and how we would develop medicines or treatment procedures that are inspired through the Ayurvedic thought process. I think that aspect we have not been able to make much progress. So as an opening statement, because this whole international convention is also focused on the theme advances in Ayurvedic research, I think the plus point has been that we could bring this combination of modern scientists, modern Ayurvedic practitioners, and modern practitioners together to do work on COVID-19. With a lot of limitations, a lot of limitation on funding, a lot of ethical restrictions, a lot of arguments about, lack of evidence, as was mentioned earlier. With all those limitations, we have been able to create some space for studying and doing research on Ayurveda. So I think that is an advancement. I don't think this kind of a platform is available for many other diseases. So in that sense, this is definitely creation of a new space. But on the other hand, we have not been able to really drive home the Ayurvedic logic. So when you say this Ayurvedic treatment will work, we are looking at how it works on the immune system, whether it will be working as an antiviral or whether it will enhance immunity. The whole discourse is purely based on modern understanding of the disease. We have not been able to bring in the Ayurvedic approach. So that, I think, is the biggest gap. So this is the opening statement that I would like to make. And when it comes to, publications, so these are the few things I would like to address at the beginning. What is the research that has happened? What is the background in which this research is happening? And what is ultimately, when we want to say that Ayurvedic research has advanced and that there is further scope, it is usually now measured in terms of the publications and their quality. So definitely the number of Ayurvedic publications in COVID-19 is much, much more than we would expect for other diseases. Even if you take a disease like ankylosing spondylitis or rheumatoid arthritis, where Ayurvedic practitioners are doing very good work, we don't actually find so many numbers of papers. And these diseases we have been treating for so many decades. We have only a handful of research papers for those diseases, highlighting what Ayurveda can do. In fact, for ankylosing spondylitis, I was writing a case report, and I found that only 2 case reports are available, no studies. And there is a paper in Annals of Rheumatic Disease, one paper, which is, of course, a very high impact journal, and that's going to influence people world over on what Ayurveda can do in ankylosing spondylitis. And there the authors are recommending, suggesting that based on some analysis that they did, that there is nothing in Ayurveda, there is no basis for recommending Ayurveda for the management of ankylosing spondylitis. So we have hardly 2 or 3 publications. So considering that in COVID-19, we have, more than 100, at least in the major journals, indexed, and there are also many other literature that have come in preprints and reports. So it's definitely much more than we would have expected for any other disease. But on the other hand, we are also very much tied down. When it comes to evidence, I think we have to look at it in 2 frameworks. One is, of course, research, what I would call as Swarthanumana, and then Pararthanumana. Both are needed in today's world. because modern medicine, they are regulating this whole healthcare system, and they are demanding evidence in a form that they will understand. Otherwise, they will not, oblige. And even if we present it, it is like the shifting goalpost. Even if we come with the best evidence, it's very unlikely that we will be received favorably, because there is also a lot of politics behind it. So we need not only research initiatives, but also political will and other ways of propagation before Ayurveda can, get established. There is this pharma lobby, so many hurdles. It's not so easy. On the other hand, I think the other approach that we need to take is the Swarthanumana. I mean, within the Ayurvedic community, there I think we have not made much ground. We have tried in our own ways to produce evidence, preclinical evidence of even from our institute, we have done that in silico study showing whether the spike protein, our drugs will bind. There are components which binds with the spike protein, or which will interfere with the cell entry, or multiplication of the virus. These kind of studies are there. So if we were to really compile all the research works that have already been done, it's kind of an assorted mixture. We have a lot of studies done based on modern logic, and many of them have not been translated actually into clinical practice. One even wonders what is the use of all these studies. So many chemicals identified from so many herbs showing great binding potential, the score, very high score, but none of them have actually got translated. There is no translational work. And it is very difficult for Ayurveda community to go beyond. Even if we were to look at the traditional method of research, you end up almost everything ends with in silico studies. We don't have access to in vitro labs where we could do any studies. And then not to say of then further going into clinical studies. One of the major limitations I find with most of the clinical studies in Ayurveda is that they are all, right from the beginning. This is one of the diplomatic approaches that the modern community has taken. Let Ayurveda doctors be confined to mild, moderate cases. So where, it is very difficult to prove a cause and effect relationship and efficacy of Ayurveda. Patients, many of them would have recovered even without any intervention. I know that also from my personal experience, seeing what is happening around. We were people who used Ayurveda. There are others who didn't do anything. They even had a very bad diet. They still survived. A lot of people are surviving, without any much interventions. So when the majority of the trials in Ayurveda, we are forced to study only mild, moderate cases, which most of the time would get better, even, or they would recover. We need to also define very clearly what parameters we are going to use. So many people in the beginning were talking about, time to test negative, which absolutely has no meaning, because when do we start counting? Actually, the day of the first symptom, even if it is mild, could be considered as the day one of infection. And then how do we know the time of recovery? I mean, RT-PCR tests are usually done little later. And there are many cases where these tests are negative. Still, we identify the patient as clinically COVID. Such situations are also there. So the day of testing is certainly not the day of the start of the infection. So when we are saying the day to test negative, in 3 days they tested negative after testing positive, all these things are questionable. So we need to have very clear criteria. Now, blood. So one of the major things when we are wanting to do clinical studies in Ayurveda is the outcome measures should be very clearly defined. And so what I'm talking about here now is the Swarthanumana. Let us look at the whole process of research in this way. Our goal should be that we should bring in the Ayurvedic methodology of research also for studying COVID. Let the other research happen. Let us not oppose that, because there is a space where we will have to share with modern scientists and modern doctors. It's part of the whole process. Let that happen. We cannot say that people should not do antiviral studies or these studies. I mean, we will not be heard, and we'll unnecessarily create a conflict. But there is something that we have to do, within the Ayurvedic community. And that, I think, is something which we must definitely keep as a target for the future. Of course, I'm going to go venture also into more general aspects about how we should visualize the future activity of Ayurveda in managing COVID-19, not just from the point of research, but initially some moments I wanted to spend on research itself, because I found that the title of this convention is Advances in Research. So I think in the concluding session, when Dr. Basuti is also going to talk about the application of Ayurvedic methodologies, which I think is extremely important. And we need to get organized from within. We need to do what we call as the Swarthanumana. How do we within our community understand how Ayurveda can, make sense of this disease? What is it from an Ayurvedic perspective? How much do we agree? Because if you look at the whole profiling of COVID-19 from an Ayurvedic perspective, the published papers, if somebody from outside the Ayurvedic community is reading that, they will be stuck by the diversity of the views. I'm not saying that the diversity is bad. Even in modern medicine, we do have diverse opinions and views. The role of coagulopathy, the post-COVID complications, how COVID affects different organs, all these have been slowly understood. There's still a lot of gaps in learning. But what is striking in the Ayurvedic field is that we are not having dialogues. The Ayurvedic communications are more monologues. Every physician is trying to create his own understanding of COVID and his own protocol, which is also good. Those initial thought process should be there, but we must bring it onto a platform, where we can also have some process of normating. I mean, bringing some kind of consensus, even while we keep to our differences. I mean, there are certain areas where I agree we must stick to our differences, but we could resolve a lot of these conflicts and then give a summary of, how Ayurveda is perceiving COVID-19 at this point of time. Such kind of efforts are definitely missing in the Ayurvedic field. uh, which in modern medicine they are a little bit more successful in doing it. There are also diverse views about which drug should be used. The use of steroids, India has its own protocol. Other countries have had slightly different guidelines. All those things are there, but there's also an effort to bring a kind of framework. So both processes need to go parallelly. What I find is that a top-down approach, some team or committee sitting together and creating a protocol which all the clinicians should follow in the country is not a right approach. COVID-19 or any disease for that matter is not something which a group of task force members can sit and decide this is the pathology of the disease, this is the treatment that has to be followed. Now all the clinicians should use this. That's not the approach. Actually, any task force or such or bodies should try to understand what is the best knowledge that is available, and then propose action plans based on the available knowledge. So I don't know whether in our field we have been really able to understand these challenges. Sometimes we have had a top-down approach where a particular protocol is just created and then circulated. Whereas in modern science, many of these things are based on studies, contributions from various researchers and clinicians, and then they are pooled in and organized. I'm not trying to here compare or tell one is which, I mean, or belittle Ayurveda. I'm just trying to be a little self-critical here. Before we go on to the strengths of Ayurveda, some of the exercises and homework that we have to do as a community, I think definitely the Ayurvedic community need to create a more strong network, come together, create a network within our community across the country, bring that idea of one consciousness, samgachadvam, samvadadvam, samvo manamsi janadam, as the Rigveda says. I think that message is very, very relevant today in the field of Ayurveda like never before. In fact, I also feel that it's a now or never situation. The pandemic has brought us to a point where we are being, put to a very acid test. Our own limitations are being brought out. Our strengths are also being brought out. how we can work as a community. I think it's a do or die situation. We just need to join hands together as one community and keep our differences of opinion, but work in a healthy manner and bring out this process of self-validation. Now, I've seen there's a spectrum of understanding within the Ayurvedic community. We are still debating a lot, but not reaching conclusions. At the very beginning of the pandemic, I found that within the Ayurvedic community, a big debate ensued whether this disease is Janabadodhamsa or a Sankramika Roga. And there were hair-splitting arguments. A lot of people pointing out that this is not Janabadodhamsa, but this is Sankramika. And Ayurveda physicians, criticizing each other on differences of opinion here. I also got caught up in this debate once. And I realized that these are very interesting debates, but we need to bring these discussions to good conclusions within our community first. And I think such forums, such platforms have not happened. We must take up these debates for discussion. Even this basic question as to whether it is a Sankramika Roga or a Janabadodhamsana Yoga. And then there was another question. We know today, the Ayurvedic understanding and perspective, we must be able to give a very clear, well thought out perspective of what COVID-19 is. And it should be also flexible because a lot of new information is coming. We need to be able to make sense of it from the Ayurvedic perspective. Once in a debate, even I was, thrown up this question as to this debate as to whether COVID-19 is a natural phenomenon or a man-made disease. And depending on that, whether the Ayurvedic understanding of this whole pandemic would, change. And from the Ayurvedic community, I don't think this issue has also been very, very deeply debated. Now we know that this theory of the lab leak theory is gaining more prominence. It's still, not reached a real momentum, but it's resurfacing after almost a year. This idea of gain of function studies in which you are trying to work on viruses to see if their capability to infect humans, can be enhanced artificially and all that. So that theory is also surfacing. So there was an innocent question that was put to me very bluntly last year during a discussion and conversation. Now you are saying, at the time we were all saying how this is nature's lesson to us, that it is because of we are encroaching the natural habitats of animals and because of poaching and all these things that now we have to mend our ways. That is why the pandemic has come. And if we continue in these ways, such pandemics could arise in the future. That whole theory gets challenged in one moment when the lab leak theory comes and it is a man-made, problem. So then there was a question, will your theory of Janabadodhamsa and Adharma, still hold good? So such debates are there. We need to think, Janabadodhamsa can be natural or man-made. According to Ayurveda, whether it comes due to a natural imbalance, in the ultimate sense, all these diseases are man-made only. Tasya moolam adharmam, as our classical texts say. Our perspective is quite broad. We can understand all these implications and give a very balanced and clear outlook, from an Ayurvedic perspective. So what I would like to say is that these are internal exercises that we have to do. And it is natural that many of us may have differences of opinion as we form, an understanding of this disease. So instead of creating conflicting views, and we should preserve conflicting views if there is a ground, we cannot conclude, that's another thing. But we should engage Bhishaja Saha Sambhasheta. So I've looked at this international convention also with all due recognition and appreciation for this tremendous effort and the great contributions. I would like to suggest that we should also bring such debates into such platforms. Bring Ayurveda clinicians with diverse views. These need to be discussed and debated because that is also the method of Shastra. Ayurveda is not blind belief. Padartho the padacheda, vakyartho vakyayojana, akshepo the samadhanam, vyakhyanam shadvidam matham. It's all in the process of discourse. That method of critical inquiry, of learned discussions, these parishads, learned parishads. Today we are a bit diplomatic. We allow everybody to tell their views in their own way, and we get very interesting perspectives. What we don't see, how we can bring these things together. Like, for example, that's what a panel discussion is for. We could also have very incisive, very healthy debates on certain viewpoints of whether we should take COVID-19 as a jwara or some other disease. Because we do find these opinions coming up in the research papers that are published, with even people proposing that it is Rajakshma or it is, certain other disease. It's not even jwara. So that is another debate that I have seen that has emerged in the Ayurvedic profile of COVID-19. And even within jwara, whether it is Vishama jwara or whether it is a Sannipada jwara, whether it is a Dvidoshaja jwara, some people having the opinion that mild COVID is, Vata Gabha jwara. But I know after going through this experience, the fever has been a very small component of our clinical presentation. All 10 of us had different clinical presentations, and fever was not seen in all people. Now, when I go to the college and I see, at their security, they are using this temperature, I just cannot feel amused, because in my most infective stage, I had no temperature. I had only mild symptoms. I could have passed through all these barriers, without being noticed. So there are very serious things that within an Ayurvedic perspective itself that we need to discuss. What is this disease? Is it, even if it is a jwara, I have found a paper published in a peer-reviewed journal where authors are arguing that COVID-19 is a Nija Vyadhi. It is not at all Agandu. I have found Ayurvedic clinicians, making very categorical statements that the virus doesn't exist. There is no virus. And I have seen supportive statements, even some modern scientists saying this virus has never been isolated. Even these modern doctors really do not know whether the virus exists. So these kind of statements are there. So I think we have to be very careful here. Ayurveda has a very clear idea of Agantuja Vyadhi and Nija Vyadhi. And when it comes to Agantuja Jwaras, Abhishangaja Jwaras, our Shastras very clearly says that if the Agandu disease doesn't become associated with dosha, te jwara kevala purvam, they are purely Agandu in the beginning, but then they get associated with the doshas. They become Nija. Even Chakrapani has even told the time period in which these Agandu jwaras become Nija, 3 to 7 days. They are purely Agandu. And if they don't become Nija, that disease will disappear. They cannot create a Samprapti until the Agandu becomes Nija. So, this debate between Nija and Agandu, I wouldn't blame Ayurveda physicians wanting to look at it as Nija Vyadhi, because we are ultimately treating the doshas, not the virus. I recently came across an argument by an Ayurvedic physician who said that, Ayurveda doctors are unnecessarily going into the virus and saying it is a krimi-based disease, and they are trying to use krimigna medicines. And then if it is jwara, will anybody use krimigna medicines? We are using jwarahara treatments only. So the target should not be the krimi, but it should actually be the dosha vaishamya and the samprapti of the disease that is the strength of Ayurveda, and not really the virus. So we know today also that there are a lot of limitations if we try to attack the virus. This is also being discussed and debated, that a vaccination is harmful. Even just 2 days back, I read about an article where a very, very respectable scientist is talking about the limitations of current vaccines, how it can trigger immune escape and the creation of mutants. While she's not totally denying vaccines, she says that the current vaccines need to be reworked before they become more safe. So we know there are limitations when we are trying to target the virus. But these are debates. We don't see such debates happening within the Ayurvedic community, within Ayurvedic physicians, and these differences of opinion still prevail. This becomes our weak spot. This becomes our weak spot because to the external critical person from the allopathic community, we look very disorganized and disarrayed. I think for that reason, this kind of an internal research approach I call this Swarthanumana, where we don't need to prove it to anybody else. So we don't need to show to an allopathic doctor that this is why the disease has been cured. We just need to, talk amongst ourselves. So I'm having one perception of the disease, somebody else is having another perception. How can we put them together to get a more complete picture? Where can we, look at the differences? How can we, harmonize them? And how can we continue to keep differences where we cannot agree? That is part of the Ayurvedic tradition. Kashyapastu netyaha. The acharyas have clearly had differences of opinion, but the differences of opinion that remain after an attempt to consensus is different from a total cacophony created by differences of opinion that have never been attempted to be harmonized. So I have to say that, just to summarize what we discussed, when you look at advances in research, definitely the Ayush Ministry has been able to create a space for Ayurveda. And this space is that in which we are sharing with modern researchers. And because of that reason, most of the research is being led by them. But something is happening and we are still in the dialogue. It's not that Ayurveda is out of the picture. So that way, this is important. But on the other hand, where we have not really been able to make advances is in bringing the Ayurveda's own methodology. There was, during the attempt to do clinical trials, whole system Ayurveda protocol was also created, but not a single clinical trial could be initiated using that protocol. Most of the studies are today on COVID-19 related to one, drug, one formulation, sometimes one herb, ashwagandha or yashtimadu or guduchi. Our whole focus, I can see when we are discussing with these doctors, is to make our treatment as simple as possible. Don't tell big combination, don't use Rasa Shastra. I know I may have had a very severe disease if I had not used Rasa medicines. I thought when I had this problem, I was having an asthma attack because my initial symptoms were related to breathing. I had severe chest congestion. Of course, SpO2 was normal, so I don't think it was pneumonia, but my lungs was struggling at that time because I'm an asthmatic. And I used Rasa Sindhura, Abha Margachara, and Shadharana Churnam, because here I just obeyed what a more experienced clinician, Dr. Jyoti Joshi, whom I was following, because I had not treated severe cases. Most of the people who come for advice, to us on phone, they are all mild cases. Severe cases, they usually go to a hospital. But there are clinicians like Dr. Jyoti Joshi, Dr. Girija, Dr. Sudhir in Chennai. There are many, many such clinicians whom I have followed. They have had a chance to treat really severe cases. That is where I have seen the real possibility of Ayurveda. And that's why I believe that we must study as a research initiative what's happening at the point of care. How are Ayurveda clinicians treating? Just recently, I had an opportunity to interact with an allopathic doctor, because somebody shared to me on WhatsApp that an allopathic surgeon in Bangalore has given some Rasa medicines to a very critical COVID-19 patient on non-invasive ventilator support. They were planning to take her to invasive ventilation. And this allopathic doctor actually uh, gave some Rasa medicines, and his posts were being circulated. So when I got this, I asked the person who sent this information to me, I asked him, can you please, give me an opportunity to talk to this doctor? I'm very curious because it's an allopathic doctor. And I'm very much worried about a lot of claims. I always suggest to my colleagues in the field, please don't use social media as the first platform for announcing your results of your clinical practice. The social media should be only the secondary source. You should have something more primary to refer to, where the information is validated, authenticated. It could be even a preprint, server. We created a preprint server for Ayurveda case reports because we wanted Ayurveda clinicians to be able to publish their case experiences more quickly. So it's a preprint server. You need only a few days before your paper will get published. At least a preprint server where people can look at it critically. Our habit of widely circulating these bits and pieces in social media is sometimes having a very negative repercussion, and we are not able to distinguish between real and fake claims. There is no reference point. All those who are making fake claims are also putting in social media, and we are also putting in social media. And who will do the fact check? That is a big challenge. So if we bring this habit, that is why the Ministry of Ayush, of course, that requires still a lot of effort and refinement, has set up a Ayush clinical case repository where clinicians can put their cases, somebody will scrutinize it, and then on that basis, if we want, we can give more publicity for that. This is extremely, extremely important. So when I saw this post and this circulating, I requested, and I was happy to see that very immediately that allopathic doctor was willing actually to have a conversation. And we had a Zoom meeting. We spent about an hour. Many of my own colleagues, Dr. Umni, Dr. Geeta Krishnan, we all came together to have a dialogue with this doctor. And it was quite fascinating. So this doctor, who is in a very famous hospital, Bangalore Medical College, Bowring Hospital, where he treated a patient in the ICU, whose SpO2 was very poor, and even with oxygen support, it was not improving. I think it's somewhere in 40, 50, and the patient was looking very critical. And he used some Ayurveda Rasa medicines like Hema Garbha Potali and Rasa Sindura. And he said that even administering the medicine sublingually at that stage was very challenging, because they had to remove the mask and immediately put it back because the patient wouldn't be able to breathe otherwise. But in the span of just 1.5 days, there was a drastic improvement in SpO2. And, they were able to even remove the mask for half an hour. The patient was able to breathe on her own. And subsequently, there was good improvement. And even the HOD of that department gave him permission to try medicine. So when we asked him why he is doing all this, he said that as a family, he's from an Ayurveda family. And he was inspired to study modern medicine and surgery. Only he chose because he had, from the experience of his grandfather who had COPD, he had seen Rasa medicines work. And that is why he tried that in this particular patient. And that patient responded very quickly. And many of the allopathic doctors there, they were surprised, and I was told that he has been given permission to do a small study on patients there. And this coming from an allopathic doctor who decided to become an expert in surgery only because he felt that was a greater strength of modern medicine. And even in emergency medicine, he thinks that Ayurveda and Rasa Shastra can work a lot. So these kind of experiences need to be documented. In fact, we are even now trying to see how his whole experience can be documented and brought out into the public, into the limelight. And I can say in my case with the Rasa medicines, my lung issues resolved within a couple of days. I never had any serious breathing difficulty after that. After that, the fever came. Then I had some throat problems, and the whole recovery happened in about 6 to 7 days. I did not even use the Rasa medicines more than 7 days. And now I'm not on any medication. I didn't need long-term medication at all. And we are not facing any so-called, so far, I mean, I'm not making any far-fetched claims. We still have some more time to go before I can say, but I've never felt any fatigue after this infection. None of us who got the symptoms have had any significant post-COVID issues. And we all used just these medicines, mainly Rasa Shastra and supportive Kashta Aushadhis. Kashta Aushadhis used for a slightly longer period, and Rasa Aushadhis very briefly. So these experiences, we need to bring it together. Whether we should use Hema Garbha Potli or Rasa Sinduram or one in place of the other, there are so many areas where Ayurveda clinicians can sit together and discuss. If a patient, because in my case, at that time, there was one drug, brought about Ayush 64 or Kapasura Kudineer, the only one. I don't think, none of us are able to manage COVID-19 Ayurvedically with any of these drugs, just with Ashwagandha or just with, in each one of us, we had to use different combinations. There was somebody who had loose diarrhea, we had to use Vilwadi. Somebody else who had more of upper respiratory symptoms. Somebody who had nasal symptoms. I heard that this new Delta virus is also causing running nose, which was not there for the previous, the Alpha variant. So this is very customized. In fact, the COVID-19 is seeming to tell us that the Ayurvedic approach of customized approach to healing is actually very important. So I think if I were to be asked, what is it that we should do? What is it that we have done in the present is that we have broken many barriers. They're very strong, that the barriers are still there. They are very deep rooted. They have origin from colonial times. We are not going to be accepted just because there is no intention to get accepted. That is the biggest hurdle that we will have to overcome. And before we get ready, I mean, I think the time has come where if we make an effort at this point of time, we might be able to cut across this barrier. There are many allopathic practitioners also who have seen the benefits, who are unofficially or willing to do this. And if we create a whole network of such people and bring about a very deep internal debate within the Ayurvedic community and do what we call as Swarthanumana research, where we work on validating, we look at these basic debates. What is COVID-19? Is it Janapadodhamsa or Sankramika Roga? Is it really Agandu or Nija? Is it a Jwara or not Jwara? Is it different in different stages? Can we say that mild infections are Dvidoshaja and severe infections are when it becomes Tridoshaja? So all these debates and conflicts are there. In 1 year, we have had different physicians giving different opinions about this, and all of them make this whole understanding very rich. We just need to sit together, put them together and create a framework. And when it comes to treatments, we have just submitted a case report. A lot of people are worried about Rasa Shastra and kidney problems. So even when we submitted a case report of a patient who had diabetic and who had acute kidney failure in the initial course of the treatment at an allopathic hospital, this was treated by Dr. Jyoti Joshi. So I have been following up because we are not able to treat such patients here. Wherever a clinician is willing to share and we are following up with them, understanding through various stages what improvements are happening, asking questions. So it's been a very great learning experience. So in this particular case, that patient was brought home. I have that discharge summary where they said this patient may need long-term oxygenation. So 30 days home oxygenation was prescribed. And the patient was even prescribed even more steroids at home. And his acute kidney failure was somehow resolved during the hospital stay. And then the patient came for Ayurveda treatment. And within 5 days, the patient was completely weaned off oxygen therapy, which was 3 weeks earlier than that was predicted by the allopathic doctors. And they had given 1 month of prescription. After 10 days of medication, everything was stopped. But during the peer review of this case report, the reviewers kept asking, is it not unethical to give Rasa medicine to a patient who had a history of, renal disease? And you have not checked the renal function test afterwards. So we were forced to go back to the patient, and presently we did a complete renal function profiling, and everything is in actually normal parameters. So there is no way to, so these are the data that we need to bring in, because I strongly believe that a Kashtaushadhi based approach with good diet and other support, the holistic protocol of Ayurveda needs to be now formulated in such a way that we have some options according to different regions. It's not just 1 or 2 medicines. We can develop a well-defined Chikitsa Sutra for COVID-19. And that, I think, is the immediate task in the future. There, we can use whatever data is available from clinical studies or clinical trials. We can use data, but it should be based on the experience of clinicians. And that, I think, is a very important task that we have in the future. Now, when it comes to COVID-19 management, there is one big hurdle that we face is, cooperating with the allopathic system. There are clinicians, we know, even ICMR agreed that, the unethical or irrational use of modern medications had led to morbidity and mortality during the second wave. There has been abuse of remdesivir. There has been abuse of steroids. There has been abuse of ivermectin. A lot of unnecessarily pharmacological interventions that could have actually, led to very undesirable outcomes during the second wave. It is there. So it is not that modern treatments have also been rational. So we know that vaccination has its limitations. So on the one hand, we can even argue against modern medicine or show that, this is not correct, but I don't know whether that is the real approach. I believe that it is time that we really come together. And this is the most challenging part. On the one hand, we can define what Ayurveda can offer through an exercise of Swarthanumana. And then through Pararthumana at the second level, we can probably, if we do our Swarthanumana very well, if we have a lot of case studies, reports, outcomes, observational studies, probably we can avoid even doing unnecessarily complicated modern studies. But for that, a lot of good observational studies, reporting of clinical case outcomes will definitely be needed. And that is a big responsibility for us. If we are not able to willing to do that, I don't know how we can push this. There will be more demand for modern clinical tests. If all the clinicians who have treated COVID-19 patients, if we can put all the data together and create, case series or good observational retrospective analysis, I think that data itself will be very, very significant. And if they don't serve as the ultimate outcome, at least it will give us a platform to talk about the potential contributions that Ayurveda can make. And then we can go forward. Then I think the number of modern studies that we may have to do will become very limited. Today, the problem is because we do not have our own, basic studies to demonstrate, the demand for very strong evidences will only increase. People will keep on asking questions. So this is, I think, very, very important to understand as we move forward. And as I was telling, the most basic challenge is how do we bring it into an integrative protocol? We've been sitting in these committees and all that, there is a lot more resistance when we talk about, Ayurveda can do this. So as if, we don't need any other systems. We must understand. Okay, there was a question in between. What medicines I gave to my family members. We started with some Kashta Aushadhis. It was based on the clinical presentation. I took Vyagradi, Dashamula, Padutram, Kashayam in the beginning. Although it helps, I did feel that the disease was a bit strong. I needed something stronger. Some of my family members took Kabasura Kudinir because they had more Kaba dominant symptoms. Some people also took Ayush 64. Some others used Villuadi Kashayam. Some others used also Dashamula Rasayanam for quick relief from, throat discomfort. I used also, this is something I would like to share just as a personal experience. When my mother was sick and we had to hospitalize her in an integrated setup which AVP was running, just to make sure, because she's 83 years old and some of her blood values were very bad. We thought we may need oxygen, but we didn't need ultimately. She was discharged after a few days. She didn't need any oxygen support, which was, a great blessing, and we were very worried about it. At that time, Dr. Ravindran had suggested some medicines, one of which was applying, the juice of pomegranate skin on the nose as nasal drops. And I had kept this in my mind, and when I got this illness, almost all of us lost smell. In fact, I confirmed my diagnosis when I lost smell, and it was strangest feeling. It made me most depressed. Even the diagnosis of COVID didn't affect me much. I was just wondering whether I'll get back my smell because it looked like I'm in a different world. No taste, no smell. It looked very strange. And I did feel very worried about it. So I thought, I looked up pomegranate and I found a lot of studies, even modern scientists, herbal scientists who have worked on it have said that this peel has a good effect, in preventing viral replication and all that. But the basic thing is my nose was feeling very hot and dry. So I felt I needed to put something, and I thought this pomegranate juice would be helpful. And when I applied it, I did feel good soothing effect. So I used the concept of Udrikta Pitta and Jayadi. It is good for Pitta pacification. And that heat was very much, experienced. There was dryness in the mouth and heat. So pomegranate will not disturb Vata and Kapha while at the same time pacifying Pitta. And I must say, on the fourth day, I recovered my smell. It was such a, when one of the, the the perfume spray here, automatic spray, when I first sensed that smell, I thought I got back my life. When I got back the smell on the fourth day. And my son also had a similar strange feeling. So he also applied. He also got it on the fourth or fifth day. He got back the smell. But for all others, it took about 8 days, 9 days. I've heard that some people it takes 21 days. So, I think Ayurveda has specific interventions for specific manifestations, which we can study based on the dosha vikalpa. The diarrhea stopped with one dose of Vilvadi Gudika, and I've seen many Ayurvedic clinicians prescribing it. So for people who had weak digestion, we used Intuganda Kashayam, but many of us did not have that. In fact, after the first 2-3 days, we all got back our appetite, and then we thought that it is, the Samavastha is gone, Shadaha after 6 days, and we started using Grita. Gritapana was started like Jwara Chikitsa. And then some Swarna medicines. Now I'm taking only Makaradhwaja. All other medicines have been stopped, and a little ghee. My children are using Swarna Prasha because now the next threat is the multi-system inflammatory syndrome, which might affect children. So this is the key thing here. I think Ayurveda has, in fact, there is no new formulation that needs to be developed. In my humble understanding, we just need to develop that yukti of how to use existing formulations. Maybe modify it a little bit, as Sushruta says. Ayaugigam dravyam, remove it. Nishtundi shadangodagapai. The existing formulations can be reworked. In fact, in Ayurveda, it's always repurposing. This word repurposing is something that we are hearing in the wake of the pandemic today. Suddenly the word repurposing has come. But in Ayurveda, it's always been repurposing. What medicine has been mentioned for Jwara or for skin disease? It is mentioned also in the treatment of Jwara. Drakshadi Kashayam, which is indicated in Pitta Jwara, we are Vata Pitta Jwara. It is being used in Pandu, it is being used in hyperacidity. Ayurveda physicians are always repurposing. Because according to the dosha, dosha, vikalpa, we are creating new combinations. And that is the richness of the experience of clinicians. And that is why I think clinicians who have been following the Ayurvedic logic and their understanding, they may have understood it in their own bits and pieces. If you put all these pieces together, I think we can have a very comprehensive profiling of COVID-19 and an Ayurvedic approach, which I think is extremely important. This is the time that we should do it. We should have meetings, parishats of experienced COVID clinicians, researchers, Ayurvedic, only the Ayurvedic community. Let us sit together and work out this from an Ayurvedic point of view, share our experiences. No, we made our own Swarna Prashan. Getting the Swarna Bhasma from Dut Papeshwar. Then we mixed it with Saraswata Ghritam and then good honey and then some Vacha Churna. That is what I was very skeptical against Swarna Prashan. I have been even questioning the Ayurvedic community for using it without making claims and all that of immunity, creating vaccine hesitancy amongst, from a public health perspective, the Swarna Prashanam has been a big headache for modern doctors. I have had many regulatory authorities call me and ask me, what is this Swarna Prashan business about? Why are your people, creating such confusion amongst the public by making these claims? I've even spoken to Ayurveda doctors telling them, please be a little careful. Why don't you do a documentation, point out what are the long-term outcomes and all that. But after experiencing the Rasa medicines, we had infection in 3-4 phases. I got it in the I think in the 3rd phase in our family. So already I had seen the efficacy, and I also seen with people like Dr. Jyoti and Girija and Dr. Sudhir and many others who have been using these Rasa medicines. Dr. Prasad Pankar from Pune, he has also been sharing his experiences in managing COVID-19. So I just thought that, Swarna Prashan must be working. And So I've started using it now. Of course, with my inclination towards research, I'm very keen on doing more observations and findings. And I don't want to make big claims, but I think this has been very revealing. And it's very important at this point that we really do the safety profiling of Rasya Shastra drugs, because I tell it is not just for the modern community. I can tell you a lot of Ayurveda physicians are also skeptical. In parts of the country where Rasa Shastra is not used much, there is a lot of hesitancy. So within the Ayurvedic community, we should bring that confidence. What is, and I've seen many great experts who are using Rasa medicines, they're using it very safely. I mean, they're not using it for long term. I was clearly told that after 7 days, you can stop it. Even the Rasa Sindhura, after 4 days, stop putting it sublingually. There's no need to further do it. And my mother at 83 years of old age, she had borderline, diabetes, hypertension, her kidney, liver, everything was maintained. Now it is 1.5 months. She has no problems there, at least. Definitely not. She does have other old age related problems, not due to COVID. So these kind of informations are very essential within, because I remember when we started this whole guideline creation, there was strong opposition even from the Ayurvedic community, that let us not include any Rasa medicines in the protocol, because that will be objective. It is true. So we are just taking about 2 ml every day, right? In the morning, immediately on waking up, and for half an hour to 1 hour, nothing else is taken. So just 2 ml, thinking of, the highest power in this universe, taking this rhythm is the first thing being done in the morning. So just 2 ml. Adults, we are using other Swarna Kalpas. Like I'm using Magaradhwaja, my wife is using Suvarna, this, Vasanta Malati. So they're all slightly customized it. Another medicine which I use, which really helped me with my breathing, was Shwasakalpa, which has Rasa Sindhuram and many other herbs like Datura and all that. We had also been advised to take Sukshma Triphala when there is I didn't use it much, but that I have seen it being used by also Dr. Jyoti in patients who were going into pneumonia early stages, and that was very helpful. So all these things are what we used. Thing is, it was really customized, and I've seen this customization being spontaneously done by clinicians who are, managing COVID at the point of care. But when you have a study, that is a problem. When we have a study, there are many studies that have happened in allopathic colleges, in allopathic institutions. There, 2 or 3 limitations are there. We are told that we can give Ayurveda. I think heart patients can definitely be given. I have some heart challenges because I developed some obesity over the years by becoming a desktop worker, and now I'm really working hard to reverse it, cycling and many other things. And I understand why Ayurveda texts say Karshyameva varam sthaulya nahi sthulasya bheshajam. I have to put some extraordinary efforts to be able to regain my balance and even to claim that I am a Vaidya. So this is a period of self-introspection for me also. And so whether it is, I'll come back to, there are some questions because we will conclude a bit shortly now and address some questions. I like this to be interactive also. There's no point in my just talking about a whole one monologue here. So heart patients can be given, definitely yes. There are some medicines which work on heart patients. In fact, even in Visha Chikitsa, we are using Suvarna Tamra actually for protection of the heart. So it is very clearly told that the heart that is protected by gold will not be affected by any toxins, just like water will not affect Patma Patram Ivambhasi, na sajjade hema pange visham. That has been very clearly mentioned. In fact, even in Ayurveda also, even the classical texts which don't mention too much of Rasaushadis for protection of heart, Hridaya Varanam, is very clearly mentioned. I'm using Nagarjuna Abhrarasa and such medicines also for the support of the heart. But the real problem is obesity. Weight gain has to be reduced. But we must also look at what is the background of that cardiac problem. You cannot just say Hridroga. There are so many reasons why a person's heart may not be functioning. Is it ischemic heart disease, or is that related to weakness of the muscles, valvular disease? So all that need to be uh, you know. So when you are asking about Rasa medicines, I'm seeing more questions coming. As I told you, I'm ignorant. I have, frankly, I have not used Rasa medicines on myself before. I've managed all my problems with, yeah. So the Rasa Sindhura also, I'm not an expert here. What I learned from clinicians who were using it, I followed. We took, the Rasa Sindhura, which are available as capsules from Kottakkal Ayurveda Shala. It's about 125 mg. So we add equal quantity of turmeric, Shadharana Churnam, and also Apamarga Charan. So that becomes, about 500 mg of the total mixture. And that is kept in a small bowl. And depending on the severity of the respiratory distress, like if the SpO2 is very low, below 90, then it is even administered every 10 minutes. And in few hours, we can see the SpO2 is normalizing. It is coming to 95, 96. But in our case, we never had, we started very early. As soon as we reported sick, we started, all treatment. We controlled our diet. So none of us had any SpO2 issues at all. It was all within normalcy. But we did have chest congestion or cough or such symptoms. So we used it every 1 hour initially when it was very acute for about 24 hours. But during sleep, it was very difficult. Unless the patient is very critically ill, we cannot. So during waking hours, every 1 hour for 24 hours, and then every 2 hours, and then we reduced it. So one pinch is taken, just one pinch that you can pick up with your 2 fingers, and you keep it under the tongue, and then it dissolves. And if you add a little bit more of Apamarga Shara, you will feel that burning on your tongue. So after using it frequently, I had to add a little honey also to it. So that was a frequency, it depends. So like Dr. Jyoti Joshi has made an algorithm for that, depending on CRP value. At the beginning itself, if you do some blood tests, that is why I believe some integrative approaches are also relevant. Ayurveda clinicians could, have a debate and discussion on this at the early stages, based on a symptomatic analysis, based on blood test analysis, CRP above 30, CRP above 50, SpO2, more than 95, below 95 to 90, below that. Based on this, the dosing of this Rasa Sindhura can be modulated. That is the work of a clinician, like Dr. Jyoti has done that. Many others have developed it. These are the things that we can come together and create guidelines based on these clinical experiences. So clinicians who are sitting out there already have a very clear guideline. They know that they can test CRP. You can test your complete blood count. You should look for platelets. We all had a tendency for, thrombocytopenia. Platelet count was coming down. And we used Sudha Shekhara Rasa for that. Initially, that was not available. So we took Gairika and we made, roasted it with little ghee, then added, this Tambula Swarasa, and then that was taken. So the platelet count was coming nearly to 1 lakh, and all that didn't go beyond that. There was no criticality. But as a precaution, this was also taken. So, and then in some people, the NLR is very bad. It is an indicator of severe disease, neutrophil lymphocyte ratio. So these are not very expensive tests. If you can do that in the very beginning, we may be able to identify people who go into severe disease. Then only you need to do, more other indicators like D-dimer, ferritin, LDH. I had amongst, in spite of vaccination, I had more elevated CRP and LDH than the rest of the people, probably because of my, slight obesity and, also the chronic asthma and lung problems. Probably my body was going in for a little bit more inflammatory reaction. Many of my other members had normal CRP. And all our NLR ratio was okay. My LDH was showing erratic, values in the beginning, but within 2-3 days of taking these RESA medicines, the repeat sets showed CRP had come back to normal, and things were looking much good. The platelet count had also increased within a gap of 3 days. So if we can monitor these things, another thing is SpO2. We were all checking SpO2. It is known that SpO2 can be 100 even in a patient whose one lung is removed. So we make a mistake of checking SpO2 when the patient is at rest. And then by the time SpO2 goes down, 3/4 of the lung is already damaged. So these kind of guidelines need to be brought to the clinician, what we can understand from modern medicine. In fact, I've reached a point even today, it may be possible to do a clinical diagnosis of COVID-19. Way back during the first wave, I think it was Dr. Jacob John, a former expert in ICMR, epidemiologist, who proposed and published a clinical criteria for COVID-19. Today, clinical criteria is very important. This is where, as an Ayurvedic physician, we should be able to create a clinical criteria for not only diagnosis of this disease, but also its subclassification. This is very important in the future. If we are going to deal with a third wave, and if we want the Ayurvedic community to come in mass, in fact, we should prepare for it. Some people are working on this, like Dr. Prasad, Dr. Vijit, and all that are trying to see if we can harness the whole Ayurvedic community to deal with the third wave, where we have much more well-defined protocols. It's much more organized. There we need a clinical criteria, because I know my neighbor who had COVID symptoms. It took 1 week for him to get his COVID test result. And in that 1 week, he was moving around as if he had no COVID. So that 1 week was enough for him to spread the disease. It's very important that we bring clinical criteria for diagnosis while we wait. And in my own home, we repeatedly did the tests. My wife was very, religiously following So there was I'm seeing some questions. I'll come back to that. So my wife was very regularly using this Anuthaila. And I think that helped her, because she was one of the last people in our whole family to get tested positive. And if she could have been isolated from our home, because we were all isolated, she became the caretaker for all other sick patients. And it was very difficult. So finally, she also tested positive, but with extremely mild symptoms. She could have gone unnoticed. Every time we were testing, it was showing negative, but finally one day it tested positive. My son also, in the beginning, when he didn't test positive, he started using Anuthailam Nasyam regularly, and he was the last person to get positive. Just because we did the test, he was totally asymptomatic. So this Nasyam, all these things are very important. I understand that there have been some preclinical studies of Nasyam. It's not yet revealed, so I cannot tell the details. It may get published. Has shown good promise of Anuthailam being very effective. Yeah, the Chavanaprasham was, one packet of Swarna Basma. You get that from Dudh Papeshwar, one packet. It is coming in a paper, they have just folded it in a paper. You take that, 200 ml of ghee. You can choose whatever ghee you want. Plain ghee, we chose Saraswata Gridam because it's for the children. And then you add 100 ml of honey. And then just, a small quantity, half a teaspoon of vacha powder. And mix that all together. And then, keep it. And just take about 2 ml. So I've made a measured spoon for that, so that every day it can be taken in the right quantity. So this is how it was done. But for all RESA medicines, please, I'm not the expert. I am also just a learner here, but I think in the future, this is going to be a major focus of my research and clinical practice, how RESA medicines can be integrated. I still believe that Kashtaushadhis could be the basis, Ahara, Vihara, then the Kashtaushadhis, but then bringing in RESA medicines at the right context could become really a game changer, especially when you want very good effects. I've also had the chance to see RESA medicines being used by a modern oncologist in Kerala recently, Dr. C.P. Matthew. He's the first oncologist in Kerala. But when he found some of his cancer patients got relieved with Siddha medicines, in the last 30 years, he's 90 plus now. He's still using Rasa medicines. He uses Rasa Sinduram. He uses, Pashanam, Nava Pashanam, all these things he's using. I went there, I saw him use all this. Still, I didn't get much convinced. I was a bit hesitant. I took some medicines, but I kept it here, didn't take it. I wanted to see, whether, it will cause some harm. So that skepticism was there. But the COVID came, just like that. It just, caused a kind of sudden wake up. And in that emergency, the situation, I saw a lot of people using it. I was able to see the outcomes. I was also using it. So there are many questions about the dose of Rasa Sindhura and all that. I would suggest that you please ask those clinicians who have been doing it and who have the experience. They will be better people to advise. At this point, I can only say what I have followed from them. I mean, I just thought, there is no point. I mean, I need to just follow the experience of people who have been doing it. So I have been a mere learner here, and I'm just sharing the experience of what I went through. So Chavanaprashan, yeah, these are questions that I also have. Up to what age? My elder son is 15. I'm still giving it to him. So these are questions which I also do not have answers. When the debate came, this is what I was also asking clinicians who were prescribing this. I wanted to tell them, many people take vaccination. On top of this, you're giving Swarnaprasha. How long should we give, up to what age, at what dose? What are the long-term effects? I still do not know about all this. My purpose right now, or immediate purpose, is to look at multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, which is a threat for even children who get mild version of the disease. So in India, a lot of people are reporting it. So I'm trying to see if what Ayurvedic medicines could help. I have certainly planned it only for the short term, but I would like to explore this further. So I do not have, I think at 16 you can give. In my experience, I'm giving my son who is 15. So he's taking it. At least for this purpose, surely we can give. But as an alternative for immunization, I know some Ayurvedic clinicians have not vaccinated their children and they have just used Swarnaprasha. These things need to be studied. And I think that's a topic for the future. So now when it comes to the larger perspective, so I want to say for the future, the real strength of Ayurveda, we have a big opportunity here to show, because COVID-19 is a disease where even modern doctors need to customize. And this is the strength. Every day we hear each person is having a different, some people, the brain is affected. Some people, the heart is affected. Some people, the liver is affected. In some people, the pancreas is damaged. The virus damages the pancreas and people are getting diabetes after recovering from COVID. In some people, it's the lungs that is affected. So, COVID-19 is bringing such a wide spectrum of manifestations that it seems to be subtly conveying the idea that, we have to have a host-centric approach. And in Ayurveda, we have been talking about this host-centric approach, but we have not articulated it as a consensus of the whole community. So I believe that such consensus meetings, such debates, such studies inspired from the Ayurvedic way, used on the Ayurvedic approach to Tarka, because Charaka also says, Vina Tarkena Ya Siddhi, Yadricha Siddhi Revasa. Just because you treat a patient and he gets better, doesn't mean Natra Vaidyaha Roga Pramoksha Karanam. Just because the patient improved doesn't mean that it was your treatment that worked. You need to show that it didn't happen due to chance and that it is a pratinayamiki siddhi. That kind of a classical approach, we don't need modern methods. We'll have to use our own Tarka Shastra and other concepts and bring this into the forefront. And then, integrate. I always believe that modern research is an add-on. You can add on, give some value addition to the Ayurvedic body of evidence. It's not primary. If you say you should totally reject it, I don't agree with it. In today's world, we need it. We need to also give this value addition so that we can remove a lot of hurdles very easily. But the primary approach to research should be inspired by the Ayurvedic thought process, definitely. Yeah, we are going to use it for a month. We started on Pushya Nakshatra. I know that this practice is there of giving only on Pushya Nakshatra. We also made the medicine on Pushya Nakshatra and we have started on Pushya Nakshatra. But since our goal is now to look at the immediate outcomes of COVID-19, we cannot wait. Before the next Pushya Nakshatra, there is the threat of a MISC. So we are giving it continuously. Yeah, and please, it's not my way. I'm not at all an expert in Swarna Prasana or Rasa medicines. So I'm also trying to learn and understand how we can do it long term and all that. So yeah, I can see that what is my way, what is your way. There is no my way. These are the ways of experienced clinicians, and I've just chosen some advice from some of the clinicians who are experienced in doing it, and I'm just blindly following it at this point of time. Right. Then if you look at the long-term vision, that is where I think the Ayurvedic idea of adharma. COVID is not, and you know, Janapadodvamsa is basically man-made. There is no question of this debate whether it is natural or man-made. Because tasya moolam adharmaha. So if we are going to interfere, so there are other kinds of kritya where, you know, people create some problem. They, in order to harm a large segment of human society, they do some artificial afflictions. This is called as kritya, abhishapa. All these things are also causes for Janapadodvams. So COVID-19, whether it is from the lab or whether it is from nature, it is the basis of adharma. It is human adharma. The very fact that we are getting exposed to coronaviruses is because there have been epidemics before. And that is what is prompting scientists to interfere and, you know, manipulate and see how we can. So this is all coming from an approach to control and modify nature to our convenience. As long as that approach goes on, this is what Ayurveda calls as adharma. I mean, nature is something superior to us. Once when I was interviewed for a Russian TV channel, the first question that was asked to me was, how do you think that Ayurveda can adapt itself to the modern world? So then I didn't know, immediately what came to my mind was, I said, I don't think Ayurveda has to adapt to the modern world, because it is like telling whether nature has to adapt to human beings. It's the other way around. What we have to look at is, how can we adopt Ayurveda to solve our problems? How can we adjust to nature to solve our problems? So that is the larger message from COVID-19 that Ayurveda is clearly emphasizing. Because a disease very similar to COVID or SARS is already described in Sushruta Samhita. In Ritu Vyapad, he says, when the Ritus get disturbed and there is a Janabadodvamsa, there are diseases afflicting the respiratory tract, causing symptoms like Gandhajnana. In fact, that whole clinical spectrum which we see not only in COVID, but in other diseases like SARS, they are anticipated. I am not saying here again that exactly COVID has been described. These diseases are outcomes of interaction between the host and the environment. And the virus is only one part of this whole mechanism. The virus is also dynamic. Different viruses may get involved, they may mutate. It's all part of that total dynamism. So if we isolate a virus from this whole process and then only try to target that, whether it is through vaccination or antiviral drugs, I mean, this process is going to repeat again and again. So while in the short term, what we can offer is a framework, an integrative framework for treatment, stage by stage understanding, where I think as an Ayurvedic community, we will be in a better position to say where modern medical treatment will be very helpful. Already modern doctors are saying in the initial stage, because we were asked to take paracetamol and vitamin C, the health doctor who called me when I got sick, I told them, you know, I don't have any symptoms. I guess we don't have to do anything other than vitamin C and zinc and paracetamol. Then she said yes. And I didn't tell her that we are not using vitamin C or zinc. We did buy it when we were forced to do. We were insisted you should take it. And after taking one dose of vitamin C and zinc, at that time I was also reading that zinc can be linked to mucormycosis. And then I said, all my family, let us stop this. If we want vitamin C and zinc, there are other ways to get it. So we started using pomegranate and other things. We did not use anything. But, maybe where will oxygen be required? Who are the patients who might become very severe? Do we really need to use steroids somewhere? Will it have an advantage? I don't know really. I don't want to deny all this. We have not really studied. Is there a situation where a modern intervention along with ventilator and Ayurvedic treatments like the experience that might be helpful? So we need to work and create that integrative protocol, and we should bring also integration within Ayush systems. There is a whole lot of problem happening. Homeopathy, their medicines, Siddha medicines, Ayurveda medicines, Unani medicines, yoga, then allopathy. I mean, I think, I don't know, the patient will survive all this. We have to be thoughtful of the patient also. The most minimal available interventions. It need not always be just one or two systems. We could give the choices, options. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And if the Ayush system needs to be streamlined, we need to address this internal challenge. That's the only way we can move forward. And to conclude, I see my time is coming to an end. To conclude, I would like to say, beyond this short-term vision is this long-term concept of Ayurveda, educating us for life. There are very, very interesting concepts regarding, Ayurveda is primarily nature-centric and then only person-centric. So these are two aspects of Ayurveda that is coming. Today we are talking about person-centered medicine, and we say Ayurveda is person-centered. A lot of people are projecting Ayurveda as person-centered medicine. But I would like to say Ayurveda is primarily nature-centered. Purushoyam, I mean, Loka Samhita, we are an epitome of the universe. First nature-centered, then person-centered. And these are the two profound messages that Ayurveda is giving for the pandemic. In the short term, in the present, have a person-centered approach to treatment. Create a protocol that is person-centered, and Ayurveda can give the tips on how to. I don't know whether Swarna Prasin will be helpful in MISC. I'm just hoping that it will modulate the immunity, and that is why I'm giving. I told you frankly, I've reached a point where I'm not waiting for evidence. I'm just using the faith in some of the most experienced clinicians. Yes, so many questions are coming, but let me just conclude this. What I would like to say is my discourse is not on the treatment protocol. Today is how Ayurveda, can contribute in the present and the future. So in the present, in the short term, it's the person-centered approach of Ayurveda that is most important. And in the long term, the message that comes from Ayurveda is a nature-centered approach. If we bring these two things together, I think Ayurveda can. I don't say Ayurveda will by itself solve all the problems related to the pandemic, but Ayurveda can definitely give us a totally different and a totally powerful way of looking at the pandemic, both in the long term and the short term. And perhaps when we integrate modern approaches into this framework, they can become much more, fruitful, and there'll be much better outcomes. So with this, I will conclude, because there's one more speaker after me, and I don't want to encroach into that time. I'm sure that's also, that's definitely going to be also very thought-provoking and stimulating. And I see a lot of questions here related to specific Panchakarma and all this. In Jnanabodhodhamsa, Charaga clearly says it's prevention. Panchakarma should be done first at the beginning of the illness, and then Rasayana should be done. If people follow Panchakarma and Rasayana treatment, they will get immunity. That is clearly mentioned by Charaka. Today we are just following Ashwagandha. Are we doing Panchakarma and Rasayana? We are not doing that. So when we say we want to add Ayurveda to vaccination program, we are only looking at immunomodulation. But Charaka has told, do Panchakarma, then Deha Shuddhi, then Rasayana, then you can survive the pandemic. That is what Charaka says. We have never tried that on a large scale. We should try that. Then Panchakarma procedures later, if you are looking at COVID as a jwara, then in the initial stages, we cannot do it. Tatrotlishte, Samutklishte, in that stage we can do Vamana. But otherwise, Virejana, Jwara Mukte Virejana, it comes only in the later stage. And Rakta Moksha is indicated only when there is a clear indication of Rakta Dushti. But I think that's beyond the purview of my discussion. I would like to conclude my talk here and then, thank the organizers for this opportunity. And I hope all that I said made some sense. And I hope my earnest request is, let us unite. This is the time we have to come together as a community. Let us speak in one voice. Let us keep our differences, but let us also show to the world that we are a serious group. We have our own rationale, and we are able to think and discuss openly within our own community. And we have a very unified message to give to the world. Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that
Thank you.
amazing session.
Yeah, Srilakshman, thank you so much, sir, for your informative session. Just to before going to the other session, I would like to share this. Here we are having the COVID center, sir. So basically, like I started using the Rasaushadis, along with simple Vasarishtam and Kanagasam, sir. In Rasaushadis, I was using the combination of, Rasasinduram, that is Shadgunam, along with that Abragabasmam Shataputi, sir. And with that, I added, like depends on the chest congestion, either Karpuradi or Sitopaladi or Talisadi. So if there is too much, dry cough, Sitopaladi was added. Then if it is protective, I added the Karpuradi and Talisadi, sir. And it's a wonderful results. And in some cases, I used the Rasamanika also, where the too much chest congestion distress was there, because in Rasamanika you have this arsenic compounds, so which is Charaka already says it's a bronchodilating effect. So this is fantastically, as you already mentioned, sir, Rasaushadis has very much has lots of potential in these, especially in the post-COVID Rasayana therapy as well as during COVID. And one more thing I would like to add, sir, if possible, we need to conduct a study on this Somalata. People are not talking about Somalata, because Somasva is mentioned in this, which is very good for the Adhisthana Roga, that is the Uras or the lungs. And that could be very a beautiful one, sir, this usage of Somalata. And people are forgetting Yashtimadu. Yashtimadu is a fantastic one for it's a Kantium, and very good for, because it is starting here in the nose and this one. So these two things I thought I would add up with this, sir. And we are, as you said, Varasaushadhi is very highly potential. And during the post-COVID management, I'm giving them Siddhamagarattvajam. Okay, and I always like the 7th day to 12th day is very, very important, sir. Because though in those days only the distress comes and the O2 levels goes down. Those are the times Rasaushadis I started using every 2 hours, sir, with the other combination. And in the post-COVID management, I go with these Rasayana therapies, and I review them after 28 days. I'm just documenting, sir. Maybe like after 60 days. Maybe I would come with the conclusion, sir. And once again, pranam, sir, and it was a wonderful session. And thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, this clearly shows that we must discuss amongst clinicians. All these experiences are rich. So I hope in future we will also organize a platform where clinicians can come share their views, and you can come to some consensus that will be helpful for the community. Namaste.
Sure, sir. Namaste, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, let us head right into the next session of the evening. Our next session is on the topic, the road less traveled, integrating the Tarka and Pramana for advancing researches on COVID-19, conducted by Dr. Bhaswati Bhattacharya, ma'am. Now, with great honor, let me hand over the session to ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Great. So I just want to thank all of you and Ayurveda College Coimbatore, Dr. Chandramouli, the other people who were speaking today and throughout the last 3-4 days, and of course, to the practitioners who are here, ready and willing to spend the Sunday afternoon, if you're here in India, Sunday evening with us. There's about 160 people who are here. So I hope that you will write in the chat box and that we will have some time for discussion. I was really looking forward to more discussion of Dr. Ram Manohar because his insights really are oriented toward this, what shall we say, this non-adherence to just the status quo. He's really trying to work within the system, but then challenge the status quo, which is what we should do if we are researchers. In fact, researchers are by nature rebels. We are by nature challenging the status quo, the government, the people who work that have to stay within the guidelines of what the government authority tells. So researchers have a very interesting job because we are hated for, can we say, pushing the boundaries. And yet we can be very much followed by people because we're on the frontier. We can be leaders, but we are usually a little bit of a, if we're good researchers, we are troublemakers. And the trouble is to push the boundaries. So I actually learned this from my Diksha Guru, who I have to say destroyed my life by pulling me out of a very, very nice career I was building in allopathic medicine, and that was Krishna Kumarji about 20 years ago. And he was in Washington, he had just had surgery, and he asked me to please come to India. And I kept saying, no, I don't have time. I was the director at one of the Cornell Medical College hospitals. And I seriously didn't have time. And I was seeing patients in the hospital. And he said, come. And when I came and I stayed at the AYURVEDA Chikitsalaya on Trichy Road in Coimbatore, I stayed for a few months actually. He was my guru. He taught me Ayurveda in ways that were stunning for me because I had a backdrop of first pharmacology and neuroscience. That was my first degree. And then I submatriculated into a PhD program, which was my second degree in pharmacology. So I was all about learning about drugs. So if you have a disease, tell me the drug that works. Sir, what can we use for COVID? Sir, what can we use for Jora? Sir, so that approach is very familiar to me. And what Krishna Kumarji taught me was that there was a whole universe beyond that. And I say he destroyed my life because after that, I went back and I became a more activist researcher, wondering why it is that if researchers are open-minded, why they are not more open-minded to other possibilities that they can see. And it took me a few years to realize that people don't see, they are actually afraid of seeing. Many of them have been trained in their discipline to believe that their discipline is superior and that all the others are inferior and have doubtful knowledge, right? So they are not true Vidya, only ours is Vidya. Or they are scared because they have a job which is very prestigious and they don't want to lose their job. And so they don't want to look beyond that particular set of circumstances. And what real research requires is that yes, you use your tools, but that you continue to build skill sets beyond what you know. So I was challenged to take my knowledge of biomedicine, especially pharmacology. And by the way, most of my friends are either at the FDA, NIH, or in pharmaceutical companies, or in academia where they have guidelines by how they have to work. Very few of them have open, bold thinking allowed. And the ones that do are rare, but they are wonderful. They're usually very prominent. It takes a lot of courage to stand against the grain of what most people say. So there I was with these other backgrounds. I'd also had a very strong background in public health, and I had worked for many, many years in international public health medical missions, where I saw people all around the world getting what I thought I was giving was medical care. But what actually was happening is I was listening to them in their environment and how their disease in their environment was affecting them, and then finding remedies for that. In the 20-some countries that I have worked as a medical person, as a public health person, WHO says it's about 75% of the people use the indigenous, traditional, ancient systems of medicine that are not the modern medicine that we were bringing in our, in our bags to help them with. And so we had to learn from them why this bark or that root or this leaf was better for their diseases than what modern medicine and my team was supposed to be giving them. So there is a book called Where There Is No Doctor, which is a public health wilderness medicine book. And it's always been my dream to get a group of people together with that book, which was published some 50, 60 years ago, and adapt it to Ayurveda. Because that book, despite the fact that it was not allopathic, was just remedies, is so popular, was so popular 50 years ago among the lay people. And I think that is one of the main messages I'm going to convey to you. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. I have dutifully put together some slides, and actually probably would not have if I had known that several people didn't use slides. But there are a lot of studies here, which I hope that you will enjoy. So my title comes from a book called The Road Less Traveled. And I read this book when I was in high school. And in high school, I was bullied because I'm brown-skinned. I had just arrived in America. And I was very different because I was thinking about things in terms of Sanatana Dharma. We had a secret practice of Sandhya Puja, which the Christians around us didn't understand. And we had a certain way of living in a Hindu lifestyle, living in America when I arrived there, that made me just such a misfit. And I have remained a misfit because in the Ayurveda world, people don't accept me since I have an MD in modern medicine. And in the modern medical world, they don't accept me because I have this Ayurvedic background. And in the public health world, they resent me because I have this clinical background. Okay, so I will begin with obeisance to my gurus, my teachers. On the left side are the people that I started with at Penn, Columbia, NIH, Harvard, and then this very famous pharmacognosist that got me thinking that maybe there is a way I could look at the medicines of modern world and the medicines of Ayurvedic world. I received Vidya Rambham from a man in Kerala, Tirumulpad, who is no more. And of course, my Diksha Guru who came to me. And then the person that has influenced me most to learn about Rasa Shastra and has really been a great teacher, especially during these COVID times when I needed to understand how to use Rasa Oshadhis clinically. And that is the very legend, maybe many of you have used his book, the legend Dr. Chandrabhushan Jha, who thinks so clearly about clinical medicine. So I'm introducing them to you because everything that I'm going to be talking with you about is due to their wisdom and their willingness to share with someone like me that doesn't have the glorified background of a BAMS as all of you do. So the framework for this talk is first to start with the paribhasha, the terminology, especially about pramana and tarka. And I realize that most of you have already this framework from your undergraduate studies. But when I'm talking about this, I would like you to please think about how this would relate to the COVID world, okay? Because that's how we are going to frame it. After that, we'll talk about some of the things that are going on. I think these were very nicely elaborated already by Tanuja and by Ramanohar, who talked about examples from their own work in various committees and various attempts to make, what shall we say, research projects or research protocols. Some of them were implemented. My question for those is, why are they not yet published, or how can we get them published more quickly? And the ones that were not approved yet or never approved, denied, where was the critique that gave the people who failed in getting their protocols approved? Where was the feedback for them so that they could understand what they didn't do well enough so they could rewrite it and learn from the process? When at NIH, we approve grants, we give people who have been denied the opportunity to talk with people from the study section so they can understand what was wrong or what was missing or what was deficient in their grants. And I do believe that this kind of an exercise, this kind of a cell or group would be a very valuable thing for Ayurvedic research to move forward. And certainly this could be a voluntary thing where people could come forward with their denied grant proposals and say, what was wrong with my grant? Please help me. Having said that, and having studied at BHU, I will say, I know what's going through your mind, because if you are denied a grant and you show it to a person that hasn't been part of that evaluation, there's a huge unprofessional environment in India in Ayurveda especially, of stealing other people's work. I have been witness to it, and I have watched it at BHU for years, and not only at BHU, but other places around the country. So people are very, very scared about sharing their unpublished data or their ideas because they're afraid. Okay, but they're going to talk about some of the models. So let's see. So paribhasha. Paribhasha, I think you all know these words, but let's frame them for COVID. Tarka has to be there more fully right now when we're talking about COVID, because COVID is changing. COVID is not the dry cough and the jwara and the immense weakness followed by respiratory failure that was happening in Italy, France, Spain, and then the US in the months of February, March, April. We don't exactly know what was happening in China due to several reasons. One is the lack of communication, openness, and the other is that they used TCMs, which they say were very effective, but we don't have a good cascade of exactly what the range of symptoms were. We just know what we think we knew of COVID-19. I think we should stop calling it COVID-19 and call it COVID-21, because now what I'm seeing, my patients, they will say, well, I'm COVID positive, RCT test was COVID positive, but all I had was eczema. Or all I had was gut symptoms. I had 5 days of diarrhea. Or all I had was, one joint in pain and nothing else. Or all I had was a headache. COVID went through Benares. I'm in Benares now since February. I was in Udupi for 1 year, from February 2020 to February 2021. And I never saw a single case of COVID in all of Udupi, Manipal. Yes, there was lockdown, but I was living in a hospital and I just only saw prevention there. In Benares, when I arrived, I actually saw the wave come through, and I saw people not wearing their masks and trying to visit me, and I was trying to protect myself. And I actually did get COVID pneumonia 19 days. I was very lucky that I was treated properly. And now I'm about 99.9% better. But it made me think about why people aren't questioning things more fully, why people are not doing more tarka, why people are quietly and silently just accepting a lot of what they're hearing. Except for the speakers we had for the last few days. Certainly many of them were questioning things. Pramana is how to perceive the evidence. So we're going to talk about what the real evidence is and why we're not getting certain ones. The research that needs to happen is a more comprehensive research, whole systems research, and not these case control and cohort trials, which are frankly designed for mostly for pharmaceutical medicines and not for the whole systems and multimodal approaches that Ayurveda necessitates. We'll talk about integration advancing in COVID. Let's move into that. So here are some of the classical references for these terms. These are the same terms as the previous page. I've just put the references here. And if you all know the Shastras, you know that the Vimanasthana, the entire Vimanasthana, talks about measuring or of mapping out. And so the 8 chapters of the Charaka Vimanasthana talk about basically how to explore, how to think about how to do research. Pramana is also there in chapter 4. There's an example in chapter 11. And Tarka, which we'll start with. I really like chapter 10, where Atreya is talking with his colleagues about the rasas and why there's 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4 versus 5, 6, 7, 8, infinite, and then they come back to 6. And the issue of COVID is whether it's a new disease. Ram Manohar talked about this. There were people arguing in the beginning, is it a Vata Kapha Jwara? Is it something else? Is it an Agada issue? Is it Janapada Udvamsa only? Is it some kind of Krimi Roga? What is it? Is it a new disease or a not new disease? Every wise person who is clinically experienced that I have talked to says, this is not a new disease. This is just a manifestation. You can say it's about a virus, you can say it's any of those things, but the fact is that the real way of looking at it is Janapada Udvamsa, which is a disease coming in. And if you have studied history, you know that the plague, which covered through Europe, wiped out 30 to 40% of Europe every few decades for 1,000 years, from 450 when Rome fell until 1450 when the Renaissance began in Europe. Every few decades, the plague was coming through, the Black Plague, the bubonic plague. And on this side in Japan, there was encephalitis. there was a series of poxes, smallpox mostly. And if you come to the center of the world, which was the Eastern Ocean, which was India, well, Bharat, which extended from Afghanistan all the way down to the islands, Asia, of Indonesia, were this entire group of the Bharatiya culture. There was never any plague, never any records in our continuous literature of encephalitis, and smallpox was treated using the cowpox, which many of you know originated. It had been used in West Bengal, and it was being treated, and then the British saw it, they took it to Europe, and then Jenner wrote it up in English, and so he is given the credit for it. If you follow history and you see that we in India have had the idea of Janapada Udvamsa to prevent penetration of these kind of epidemic diseases, you can think about the entire course of what's been happening for the last 1.5 years very differently. Unfortunately, we are dominated by a certain amount of slavery still, but in that we think that the WHO is constantly correct and we don't question them. We think modern, I don't like saying modern medicine, allopathic medicine is correct and we don't question them long enough. Perhaps that is why they did not put me on any of those interdisciplinary committees, because they know that I would have argued very vehemently for many of the therapies that were not passed. And when I saw what was actually passed, I realized that people did not know how to debate. So Ayurveda talks about debate. This is from Charaka's Vimanastan 8th chapter. It's the 27th shloka, and it talks about the different terms for debate, and then it goes through and discusses each one. And I think most of you have read this at some point in your studies. And an example of that was, actually, I spoke wrongly. The first chapter was not about the taste. The tastes are discussed in the 26th chapter of Sutrastan, shlokas 8 to 10, where they talk about how many tastes there are. And that's a debate that's going on. And they not only give the thing that they want to say, but the reason for it. And that idea is called Vada. So Vada so there are many terms, and they come from both the ancient, can we say, the Upanishads out to Ayurveda, and then beyond to the Buddhist and Jain tradition debate. So there are a lot of different terms, but Tarka Shastra is generally what I grew up calling debate. It's similar to the European concepts that have come up, called the dialectic, which is what we call Jalpa, or what we call Vitanda is what they call the eristic. And they have a process of Tarka, which they call the diet. Yes, it's just like diet, but what they're taking in is not food. What they're taking in are arguments. They're doing hazam, they're doing digestion, and then they're coming out with a rebuttal, and then they're coming back. So that diet in Europe is very much an academic exercise, which we call the Tarka. So the rules that are really important for Tarka, especially if you want to create very clean Tarka, which is Jalpa, you have to aggregate the resources of true knowledge, which means that you have to know what literature there is. You have to keep up with the group opinions, especially influential groups. You have to know what WHO said today, or what the Ministry of Ayush has declared, or what your state Ayurveda department is allowing or not allowing. And certainly some of those come across in the WhatsApp groups, but as Ramanohar mentioned, some of the stuff is crap. Some of the stuff is really just people forwarding things. They are not verified by sources. And so it's hard to know whether or not it's actually true. So I've even seen memos that supposedly came from Ayush, but then when I check for a date or for a reference number, there is none, and I realize it's a fake news. So keeping up with that requires skills, and hopefully that is one of the skills that you have developed and that you will continue to develop as a lifelong student of Ayurveda. It's really important that you know how to do a very thorough lit search very quickly. And this is something that, you know, by the grace of my decades of formal studies, I have really learned how to do it. So when I was doing my PhD, many of the other students would come to me and say, you know, this is my topic, I have no idea how to get started. So rather than doing it for them, I would teach them how to do a literature study. And these were PhD students at Banaras Hindu University who didn't know how to do lit searches. But it's not just unique to BHU. It's also true throughout the country that most Ayurvedic people do not get the investment by their teachers to learn how to do this. Professor Dhiman, actually, K.S. Dhiman mentioned this, that it's really important that the teachers take a larger stake at investing, at giving these skills to the students. In addition, having the confidence to examine your own observations. That means you have to make a lot of observations and then be able to explain the best clinical practices, BCP, of what you've seen, which means you have to have seen things in the clinical setting and seen someone actually treating. So for those of you who have got your BAMS and are out in clinical practice for a couple of years before you start your MD studies or don't study, that's the superior way of practicing. And I do say one thing very arrogantly and straightforwardly, that you cannot study and be an expert of Ayurveda unless you practice, because Ayurveda is a living clinical science. Even if you're in Kriya Sharir or you're in Rachna Sharir or you're in one of those para-clinical or non-clinical subjects, as they say, you have to have a clinic in order to understand the depth of the Shastra. You have to have clinical experience. And I think that's one of the reasons why Krishna Kumarji took me on, because I had already had so much clinical experience that I could understand many of the things that he was teaching me by having already seen them. Whereas when you're 17, 18 years old reading Ashtanga Hridayam or Charaka Samhita, it's really hard to have that clinical experience unless you grew up in a parampara, in a sampradaya of your own family where you learned Ayurveda. Learning how to do this also means that from the first day of medical school, that actually from the day you get accepted, you should find a person that you can follow. Every excellent Vaidya I have seen told me that secretly or unsecretly, they were spending time at a clinic from the first week of medical school, BAMS first year, outside of the college with some Vaidya who would let them come. And you have to make the commitment, just go there, spend 3 hours every Friday night or every Saturday afternoon. And by doing that, you gain clinical experience. And that allows you to say in a debate what you can do. Certainly when people debate with me, I'll say, well, I had a patient who had this, this, this. They can't argue because my clinical experience is my gurutva. It is my ability to stand up for myself. Also, it gives you ability to have anuman, to have analogies to prior cases, the history that you have, not only of yours, but of your teachers who teach to you. And these are all rules. Now, if I can suggest something that would be great for research in your particular school or in your where you're teaching, if you're an academic person, start having debates among the students. Give one issue and give these 3 people to be against it and give these 3 people to be for it and have them argue. These kind of debates among the students, there's no winning or losing. It's an exercise in learning how to express yourself, learning how to do the research and aggregate those resources, and learning how to take your own observations and describe them. Until we bring this back into the modern day, this tarka, I think Ayurveda is just not going to be able to progress, because tarka actually gives people those skills that are then going to allow them to write things cleanly and to be able to discuss so they can learn more deeply. And so I hope that the teachers will try this. In my medical school, we had to do a debate every 10, 20 days, where they would give us one issue and we would have to really debate it. So I have seen a debate about the Hridaya and what is the meaning of Hridaya, whether it's the heart or the entire thorax, heart and lungs, and whether there's a 3-chambered heart or a 4-chambered heart, and what is, what are they saying, and the 10th Dhamani. So these kind of debates rage on in Ayurveda, but the point is that if you learn the act of doing it, the principles and the methods, it's going to make you a better person, a better physician. Pramana, I think you all know that there are 3 main, Apta Upadesha or Shabda, Pratyaksha, and Anumana. Now, if you look at these and you apply them to COVID, How many of us have actually adopted what the teacher, what the official, what the government has told us without using our own clinical experience? How many of us are blindly following and just asking for guidelines and saying, just give me the guideline. I don't want to think about whether or not this is Juara or something else. I just want to know the answer, right? That's the lazy physician's way of working. Pratyaksha is using your own observations and knowing what you know. So I'll just say that of the patients I've treated, there's a theory that I came up with last year. I very tentative in the beginning, but by April or May, I was pretty sure because I was seeing patients in France by tele consultation, USA, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and throughout India. And by seeing them, the thing that I understood is that if they had Panchakarma in the preceding 6 months before that March date, they weren't getting COVID. They were very clean. The other thing I was seeing is that if they had good Jataragni, they weren't getting sick. And that is my current working, I won't say hypothesis, but it's my working principle that I use in treating COVID today. I assess the Jataragni. Is that different from the way we treat most of our other diseases that we see? No, it's very similar. But the way in which we use the tools are different based on the Jataragni. So when people get COVID, they have to assess it. Now, I look at myself as one case, right? That's my Pratyaksha. When I got COVID, I had very good Jataragni up until a week before. And what had happened for me is that because everything got shut down in RS, I wasn't going out at home, and I decided that I was going to clean out a part of my home. And because my mother died last year, there was a part of the house that I wasn't touching. I was just keeping it there. I had a lot of sentimental issues. And so I started cleaning it out, and I noticed that my manobala was a little low. Why? Because I was crying. I was thinking about my mom, the regrets, what I missed, what I still could have learned from her, and how much I missed her, how her death was. All of those things started flooding my mind. I had already had many, many patients who had died. But when your mother dies, it's different. Manobala was a little bit unsteady. And right around that time, I had 4 or 5 people visit, and that's it. I got COVID. My gut was a little bit off because of my mental, right? Raga, Diroga, and Shatatanu Shaktan, right? So I know that I had some dip in my manobala. Tanuja talked about this earlier today. And that is what I see in every patient. They have some issue with their Jataragni. They have some lowering of that. So that's my Pratyaksha. Okay, so now I follow it over to Anumana, which is predicting based on analogies. Well, it could be analogy or it could be experience. I know that Jataragni will create low Jataragni will create a space where people can get sick. I see this in children. I certainly see it in elder people who have comorbidities, and I see it in adults who are very fit. Even the people who are the workers, the Loha wala who would come to my house, the Safai wala who would come to my house, they work a lot. They have very, very good Agni because they're not sitting around all day. They're not obese. They don't have comorbidities like hypertension and diabetes and all. Maybe they chew pan or maybe they smoke bidi. That's about it for their, kind of morbidities. And they were not getting sick unless their gut was off. And so it tells me that Jataragni is a very, very important issue. Okay, Yukti is logic, and this is actually one of the problems. The Yukti of modern medicine is very different than the Yukti of Ayurveda. Ayurveda believes in principles that are just accepted by modern medicine. Medicine believes in principles that we in Ayurveda kind of realize that they're not getting it. And we'll talk about that in a moment. So this was already really nicely actually conveyed by both Tanuja and Ramanohar earlier today, that in the beginning, people thought it was Janapada Ut Dvansa, right? So you guys know this is the Vigraha Vakya of this term. If you want to read through Vyomanastan chapter 3 and look at it, you come down here and it talks about, this is the third shloka. It says the factors which affect the mass population are Vayu, Udaka, Desha, and Kala. So one of the first things we did at our hospital in Udupi last year when this happened is we went out and we cleaned all around the hospital. We cleaned the land around the hospital, and we actually dug an area to create a small water pond for the animals who would be coming, because the animals are part of the ecosystem. The birds had water to drink, and it was in the Grishma Kal, the hot season, hot dry season in Udupi. And so by doing that, we were re-establishing the ecosystem right around the hospital. We also started, I mean, we were already doing the fumigation every day, the Dupana, with various herbs and local trees, but we made sure to do it every day, twice a day, both at Sandhya in the morning and at Sandhya in the evening. And if there was something that was happening in the middle of the day, then the midday Sandhya we also did. And so we were following these recommendations of the epidemics and how to clean our environment. Now, if that had happened on a national scale, and this, you know, Swachh Bharat had become the Swachh Bharat COVID, and everyone had been forced not just to do the banging and clinging that day at 5 o'clock, it was the Sunday, and not just to do the lighting of a flame, but if everyone had been told that this is going to be, you know, Socha Sunday or something, that they had a campaign, then I can tell you that cleaning the environment would have been a huge shift. The question is, how would we have studied it and shown it? We would have compared this nation to another nation, or we could have done focus studies. We could have had one colony that is just refusing to do it and one colony that chose to do it, and watched how the effect of cleaning the environment increased or decreased a number of cases or the number of new cases. This kind of a public health study is very, very easy to do. It's a good kind of research, especially if you live in a colony that has a defined boundary, and it could have been done. Was it done? I don't think so. I did propose it to several communities, small communities, especially it would have been nice in Bombay and Pune, where there are a lot of colonies, but it was not done. And there are many people that look at the Maharoga, this is chapter 20, because it gives a nice overview of all the adhyayas, and you can choose from there which things are going on that fit the symptoms of the patient that you're seeing. What I'm getting at is the personalized treatment. Of course, we talked before about Jwara Chikitsa, and everyone was talking, is it a Vata Kapha Jwara or Vata Pitta Jwara or Samipata Jwara or whatever they were arguing. And Ram Manohar said they were actually fighting with each other about who was right. This is Agantaja, no, this is not, this is Nija. And so they were having a lot of, some people just need to fight. So that's what it was about. Then there are people who said, no, we should look at Shwasakasa. That's fine for looking at symptoms, except that some people never had respiratory symptoms. They only had gut symptoms, or they only had skin symptoms. Some also said that you should know Agada Tantra. So there was a Gopi Krishna S at Potakal who gave a fantastic lecture a couple of weeks ago on Agada Tantra and how we can use the principles of poisoning to find medicines which are Visha Oshadis, and they work very well. And among those, of course, are the Rasa Oshadis, and we'll talk about that in a bit. I point to Grahani. This was my favorite chapter for understanding how to treat the patients, because I found that when I brought up their Jataragni, they got better. And I'll show you one case study that actually we're trying to publish still that exemplifies that. So as a person who is both in the Ayurveda and the allopathy and the basic science and the public health fields, all four of these, I try to integrate. So it makes me a hybrid, a mutant, whatever you want to call it. I'm not basically anything, but what I know is that this kind of panoply of studies that I've had allows me to explain things very elaborately or very briefly. I am allowed to speak at different forums on topics. For example, FDA scientists really wanted to have a background on Ayurveda. I'm not sure exactly what started that, but they wanted to know about the science of Ayurveda. And so till date, I'm the only person that was actually invited inside this prison of the FDA headquarters to talk to some 100 scientists about Ayurveda and the science of Ayurveda. And in it, I gave them the context and the reasoning, but I also gave them examples, clinical examples. And their big question was, why aren't there any clinical trials? Why aren't there any real big studies? And I told them that once the science has been codified and accepted as truth, It is written down in something called Shastra, and people accept it as truth because it is a summation of thousands of clinician scientists who already went through all of the studies to decide that this was what it is. We don't go back today and reevaluate the studies for the 150 top drugs that are used in the US pharmacopoeia or the British pharmacopoeia, do we? No, we accept them. When we accept them blindly, that's Apta Upadesha. That's exactly what people are doing when they accept the Shastras. And when I said that, there was a thought here. They said, well, how do we know whether that would work for America? And then I gave them statistics on how many people use Ayurveda in America. And it was a very interesting talk because many of the scientists who were completely unaware started opening their mind toward the possibility that there are ancient medical systems that actually have what we call pre-scientific wisdom, means the wisdom that is true, but is pre-scientific. It has not been translated yet. Now, those people are still sitting in a system where their job is carved out by statements made by very, very closed-minded, allopathically science-minded people. And that is the challenge for any clinician, not just an Ayurvedic person, but for an allopathic clinician that wants to use a therapy. For example, if you go to the late 1970s, they used to cut people open to do surgery. And the idea came to put a hole in their belly button and another hole in their abdomen, blow up the area with air, and stick a microscope inside with micro scissors and do the surgery so that all the tissues didn't get cut. This was considered to be a very wrong thing to do, and it was a very, very controversial time. However, laparoscopy became the standard of care within 5 years because people were able to do it even though it was against the rules and it was illegal, but they recorded what they did properly. And I use that example when I think about what we can do in Ayurveda. That's my kind of anumana of my analogy of what was done in allopathy that allowed those closed-minded people to open their mind. So we have things like Rasa Oshadhis that are absolutely working, absolutely. And yet we don't have that compilation of evidence. Another area is Ojas. So the idea of immunity is something I studied. I was lucky with Professor Jha to, he actually introduced me to this room of old PCs of BHU from 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, that were all studying Ojas. These had inches of dust on them, but they were fantastic compilations of the understanding of Ojas. And I was able to take that was during my Fulbright year in 2013. I was able to take those ideas of Ojas and Vyadikshamatva as well as Bala and talk with modern people against their ideas. So this is from a cancer study that talks about all the different biochemicals and cells and convey the ideas of what is Ojas, Para-Ojas and Ojas, and try to put it into modern terms. Is that wrong? Yes, you can say that I'm bastardizing Ayurveda by translating it from the Sanskrit and not teaching them Sanskrit lessons. But there is a certain amount of language translation that any of you who speak Telugu but live in a Hindi speaking zone or are Malayali speaking but have to live in a Hindi homeland, you have to translate your terms, right? And so it's very difficult to get the exact term sometimes. I'm Bengali, and I find that translating to English or to Hindi or Spanish is very, very cumbersome sometimes, but we do it. Sometimes we use many words. So if we can do it between languages, regional languages, we can find a way to translate these things that we believe in Ayurveda into things that they believe in modern science. And I'm using the word believe for a reason. So I just spoke about Janapada Dvamsa. So one of the things that started coming out, when people were understanding the ecosystem was considered to be irrelevant to modern medicine. But recently people have started to say, maybe actually there's a reason for the ecosystem and man should live among it. In Ayurveda, we talk about the Jangala Desha, Anupadesha, and Salan Desha, and we talk about how people are now living in the Pitta kind of lands, which were not supposed to be habitable, by having these artificial homes, like in Dubai or in Phoenix, Arizona, and or in the middle of Kuch in. So how do they live there? That is creating problems on their body. And we need to understand how the host is affected in different deshas. So in the New England Journal of Medicine, which is considered one of the very high impact journals, there was an article a few years ago that said, influenza, is it time to target the host? And this article actually talked about the possible role of the host as an important factor outside of the the theories that modern medicine had, that it's not about the host, it's about the bug or the disease itself, but it's usually like a bug thing. So the idea of host defense started coming up as an important thing. To understand how important this article was, you have to think about the current hegemony. Hegemony means the people that rule, that don't allow anyone else to rule. This is like the HOD in a department who's a tyrant, or the king in a land who doesn't allow people to think another way, or a company that's ruled by one person whose way is the only way, who doesn't listen to anyone else's ideas. That's called hegemony. So if you remember these rules for effective debate, and you can find out how to challenge the current way of thinking, this is what I spend a lot of my time thinking about. And there are others like me who are scientists on one side, but very supportive of Ayurveda on the other side. The people like Uma Shankar Prasad Adluri, or Madan Thangavelu, or some of the modern scientist trained people, B.M. Hegde, they are challenging by saying, look at some of the premises of modern medicine: cell theory, germ theory, systems means like respiratory system versus gastrointestinal system, and the biochemical basis of everything, including the biochemical molecules of DNA. So they are very set that these are the truth. But if you show them in their own language, that, for example, if you go to the ex vivo group, they have shown that the cell is not based on a membrane like we saw in microscopy. If you use advanced microscopy, you can actually see that those membranes are permeable, and there are communications going back and forth, that you can't say that the membrane of a cell is the limit of it. You can actually understand by function. And that is what Ayurveda does when it talks about Paramanu. It talks about a unit of function. So is the cell theory actually true? Second, think about germ theory and the germs. If you can find this book, The War on Bugs, this man, Will Allen, who I actually met and listened to, he talks about the 1800s when mining came forward and were way dangerous on the land, like halogens and acids. And they decided to take them and experiment with how they could be useful in society. And they broke them into two groups: the chemicals that were industrial chemicals like Dow Chemical Company, and the ones that had medicinal effects, like clearing up the lungs, like ipratropium bromide. And this became Merck. So when you look at what the development of this was, it was really based on taking these theories of germ theory, cell theory, and the emergence of chemistry and putting it into a place of power. This was done by an American who moved to Europe. He was one of the most influential people of the era. His name is Henry Wellcome. His trust, he didn't have any surviving children and any big family. His trust is the largest company in Europe. Because it's a trust, it doesn't declare the way that corporations do. It doesn't declare its funds. It funds pharmaceutical research. It gives grants for drugs to become more powerful. And this trust alone, the Wellcome Trust, is responsible for much of that Ram Manohar Ji is talking about when he says that we're warring against people who are very pro-pharmaceutical. In addition, as it happens, Henry Wellcome, since he didn't have a good wife and he didn't have a healthy child, he had a hobby, and that was to go to other countries and rob them of their medical artifacts. And his Wellcome Trust museum actually has a lot of stuff from Ayurveda, which rightfully belongs to us. And I have tried to have discussions with the people there to say, look, I know that you guys think you own this stuff, but he raided India, and we want our copies of the Charaka Samhita back, because we really want to read them, because we know how. So these are wars that are happening at very high levels, and most people don't know about them because they are challenging people who did these things. We aren't looking at repatriation of our knowledge, but once we have it, we would have more evidence for a lot of the things that we know to be true. Now, who are the main people that we need to beware of? It's not actually the allopathic doctors. Allopathic doctors listen to others. It's the lawmakers, the public health workers who are usually subsidized by foundations and pharmaceutical companies, the suppliers of medicines, such as the remdesivir example that was given by Ram Manohar. For a doctor to purchase remdesivir, it's 720 rupees. This is a few months ago when it was still being given mass in mass. They would sell it for 5,000 a day. And one of the main reasons they would use it, my doctor friends told me in India, you're making 4,200 rupees per day on that patient. Why not? Everyone else is charging it. Why don't we do it? Right. So that kind of support by the suppliers is there. And then lastly, the journalists in media who continue to say things. I will show you an example of that coming up. And I'm also being aware of time. So this is a slide that I love very much because I show it to the allopaths, the scientists, and I tell them that one of the reasons that Ayurveda is patient with modern medicine is because modern medicine has a very limited scope of perception. It goes from the nanoparticle, a little smaller than the nano, like the angstrom, so there's the arrow, to a meter. A meter is about it. And within this scope of logarithmic scale, allopathy works and says, wow, look, we have 10 to the 10 power. But Ayurveda has sciences that go not just from nano or picoparticles to the meter particles or interventions. It has a larger scale of perception. So it goes from the yoctometer, which is 10 to the minus 24, which is beyond Avogadro's number of 10 to the minus 23. So that means we're talking about non-molecular forces, such as waves. And it goes all the way up to the yotometer, which is 10 to the plus 24, which is talking about large things like the Milky Way, like when we talk about Brahma and Vishnu and the Milky Way and how the calculations of astronomy understood large scale factors. For example, Jupiter, we all know, we talk about Guru Dasha and Guru and its effect on our, if you study Jyotish. These are real calculations for people in Ayurveda, and they are not ignored. Now, if you understand this, actually Krishna Kumarji, as many of you know, was very big on this. So he would first look at my dasha and antardasha, and then he would find out what tithi it was and all, and then he would decide what he was going to tell me. That kind of micro calculation means, as many of you know, he was working on a very subtle energy level. He was working with Daiva Chikitsa much more, especially in the last couple of decades. Those kind of scales of perception, of being able to understand people at that level, of being able to look at people and know where they have been in previous lives and where they are going in their future, are very, very special. Are they false? Are they unscientific? Are they, you can say that they're just superstition or samskara? You can think that way, but all it tells is that you're trapped in this red box. You're not thinking beyond to the fact that subtle energies do affect you. This shows all the different particles and the chemicals and the physical material level of thinking that most allopathic doctors have. Having said that, being an allopathic doctor for decades, there are many doctors that suddenly cross over because they have so much clinical experience. They realize that their physical chemical particles are not explaining, and they have to widen their frame. And they go from this red box to understanding the yellow, much bigger size of understanding what things affect the human body. With COVID, when we think about Janapadodvansa, we think about the effect of the ecosystem and the land and the air, we are thinking on these axiomatic scales of perception. So why doesn't this happen in modern medicine? Because they have disciplines. They go like this and they put everything in silos, in containers. Having said that, I have to say that Ayurveda has started to do the same thing. Since the time of the Udupa Commission, who was an allopath interested in Ayurveda at BHU, and he decided that he wanted to have, what shall we call them, departments within the faculty. He started breaking up the different, not just the Ashtanga Ayurveda, but other departments. And today we have something like 28 different subjects. And so if a person is of Dravya Guna, people say, he's of Dravya Guna. What does he know about Kriya Sharira? But if you are a true Vaidya, you should know across all of these areas of Ayurveda, and you should have background of Sanskrit so that you can read the Shastras. You should have understanding of debate and of Vedanta and of Nyaya, so you can understand the Tantra Yukti. You should have clinical experience, especially I put gut physiology. You should have understanding of biomedical science, especially biochemistry and pharmacology, which you have to be able to understand what your patients have been diagnosed with when they come to you with reports. If that's the way you work, you have to understand epidemiology to do research. You have to understand some physics, chemistry, geology, agriculture, botany, and culinary sciences. So J.E.L.N. Shastri was telling last year how he was trying to introduce into the new curriculum that every BAMS student should have some experience in agriculture or forestry or actual gardening. Because until we work with the land, if we're sitting at our desk all the time and we're not farmers, we cannot understand the impact of those vibrations. So my father was a veterinarian and he had a farm. And so in our youth, we had farms. Even when we moved to America, we had farms. And so I know that feeling of being a farm girl before I moved to the cities and became a city girl. And so I always yearn for that farming culture, because I know that that's one of the best places you can actually watch nature and learn Ayurveda. Okay, so for the last 4 days, we've had pramana of a lot of clinical experience from all of these people that spoke. I took screenshots and saved them for this slide. Just put the last one in about an hour ago. And all of these people talked about their own clinical experiences. So that is there not only pratyaksha, but if you count them as people who are teachers, you can say it's also apta upadesha, and you can write down their experiences. However, keep in mind that your experience is going to be different from theirs because you're in a different part of the country and you have different kinds of patients. Then we talked about the clinical symptoms. So I was going to write these out, but Dr. Anantaram Sharma did it very nicely. So I've just put his slides here. He talked about the GI symptoms and then the respiratory. And I really like that because most people put the respiratory first. He talked GI, respiratory, and then neurologic symptoms, musculoskeletal, and then skin. And he said that it's really important to follow these symptoms and then choose the Jwaras Chikitsa that's correct based on the dosha that you see, not based on some dosha that has been decided for you. And then to remember that keeping the gut clean, doing some Mridui Virechana is very important. And then he talked about how treatment is not complete unless you do Rasayana Chikitsa. So, you know, I just want to reflect on what I went through. I felt the symptoms. I remember it was a Tuesday night because I have Sanskrit class that night, and I couldn't speak. I couldn't do my my shloka the way I wanted to. And I thought, that's very strange. Why do I feel this way? And I just had a very bad headache for about 20 days. I had a headache like I've never had before, and I didn't understand what that was. So on the third day, I talked with a critical care internist who's also an Ayurvedic Vaidya. And I said, look, I want to use Rasa Oshadhis. I need guidance because I'm taking only 50 milligrams of Abrak Bhasma right now in some Trikatu and honey. And yet I'm getting worse, what to do? And he immediately, I went and got a pulse. Well, I couldn't leave because I was so sick. I got a pulse oximeter and I was at 77%. And so I knew that I needed to do pranayam. And he said, the best thing you can do is steam inhalation. And I would find that when I would do steam inhalation, my SpO2 would come up. This is a cheap, easy way of bringing your SpO2 up. O2. So between steam inhalation, the kada that I was taking, and the pranayam that I was doing, I was able to manage myself. And yet he was worried. He told me to check into a hospital. As a person who has worked in a hospital for 20 some years, I will tell you, I don't trust hospitals because I've seen how they are. I have worked in India at many hospitals. I have worked in America at many hospitals. And if you go to a doctor or a nurse's home and you see how tidy and clean they are on their own without a safaiwala, it will tell you how clean they are in the hospital. Suffice it to say, I don't think people are very clean. And I don't want to be around a group of people who are sick. And I wanted a place to work with my Jataragni, which is my kitchen. So I stayed at home and I managed myself by using Abraka Bhasma, 250 milligrams every day. Actually, I think he had me up to 2 times a day and then 3 times a day for about 5 days. And then I started Mahalakshmi Vilasras and I was watching my Jataragni, and based on my anorexia, my appetite, my ruchi, that is how he was daily changing my medicines. Now, if someone thinks that they're going to have a 7-day course of medicines and that's how it is, that is not the way to practice Ayurveda. So I talked with JK sir, Jayakrishnan KT in Chennai at the Shanta Ayurveda Hospital. And he told me that you have to check the patient every day, and that's how he sees patients. You cannot set up a protocol and say that this is how it's going to be. That is true Ayurveda. And I just want to encourage all of you to put that in your list of things that should already be there, but try to remember that you have to individualize for the patient. So my medicine amounts were going up and down through the days. And I have to tell you, I was really so out of it. And I don't have anyone else here. So if I didn't get up to turn on the light didn't go on. If I didn't get up and go to the kitchen, lean against the wall and boil the water and make the kada, the kwata, or I shouldn't say kwata, the kashaya, I wasn't going to be drinking it. And so taking care of yourself and really managing a life-threatening disease is such an amazing experience. It was very scary. I actually did think I was going to die a few times. And I was just thinking I should write down who I'm going to give my books to and who I'm going to give my jewelry to. And, you know, when you're just trying to breathe, it's really hard to do anything else. While I was doing that, I was also, because as a physician, I was watching my symptoms. I was watching the actual clinical symptoms that were happening. I was watching how well I was going to the bathroom, what my stool looked like, how many times I was urinating, all the small things that we sometimes forget to ask patients. And I will say that it's made me a better doctor now that I'm seeing patients, because I'm asking them those same questions based on my pratyaksha. Okay, so this next section, I want to talk about the gut lung, because I really do believe that my working principle for treating COVID is going to be around the gut, as it is for many diseases. So in embryogenesis, you will see that the respiratory epithelium actually is a bud from the gut. And the gut and the lung are not just connected. I didn't actually put it in the embryology slide, but there's a connection that shows that as the fetus is growing, as the embryo is growing into a fetus, the lung and the gut are connected. And in adult surgical texts, you can see that there are capillaries connecting the gut and the lung. And through those capillaries, you have these different biochemical particles that come through, and they are absolutely connected. Whereas in modern medicine, they say they're not. And in this article that connects, and it says both lung and gut microbiota are essential against bacterial pneumonia. And it goes on to connect the two. So actually, this slide should not be here, but I will go ahead. Okay, I'll just do them in order. So one of the things we know about the rasa oshadhis is that we talk about how they're effective no matter which dosha is affected. It works beyond doshas and beyond the dual parameters of kashta oshadhis. One of the ways that I'm convincing people as my life work on bringing Rasha Oshadhis to the mainstream is to show people about the human metallome. This is called the human metallome. It's a list of all of the minerals and metals that are essential to the human body according to Ayurveda. Sorry, according to modern science. According to the modern scientific studies, this is a compilation of all of the different metals that we have to have. So when you look at something that is replenishing that would make sense to an allopath. So there was a thesis done by A.C. Lakari that showed that there are many different lung enzymes and lung cells that are protecting the immunity of the respiratory tissue, which depend on the presence of metals. So in this particular study, she talks about extracellular superoxide dismutase, which requires copper and zinc. And when I show this study to people, then they say, oh, so maybe actually there is a role for metals in the treatment of severe respiratory diseases. Metalloproteins and metal sensing has also been written up in some of the best journals. And using that, I take a non-heavy metal testing metal, meaning not arsenic, mercury containing, and cadmium containing bhasma, and I use it. And so for my students and for my patients, last year I told them one of the best things you can do is store Abrak bhasma at home. It can be Shataputi, it doesn't need to be Sahasraputi, but keep it at home. And so in America, you can actually buy Abrak bhasma. So I told them, get a nice container of 5 grams, 10 grams, and keep it at home. And I did that last year in April, May. I cannot tell you how many of my patients in America called me and said, my so-and-so has got COVID, how should I use this Abraka Bhasma? And by using it, they got such great effects. I'm not talking about number of days that they were in the hospital versus coming home. I'm talking about the post-COVID effects. And my physician, the critical care guy, said to me that one of the only ways he has found over thousands of patients he has treated in India for preventing the lung fibrosis and the clotting sequelae that happen is to use Abraka Bhasma regularly because it works in the Hridaya, which is the Mulasthana of the Rasadhatu, the Rakta Dhatu, as well as the Pranavaha Shrotas, which is a triple hitter, right? A sixer for Abraka Bhasma. And so why not to use it? If it doesn't contain those heavy metals that everyone is worried about, why not to use it? Mica is one of the most abundant substances in our world around us. And it is certainly when it is put through Shodhana and Marana with the proper bhavana, it is actually a very, very useful thing for our air interface surfaces, which is our lungs. So Abraka Bhasma was one. Shwaskuta Ras was mentioned already. Mahalakshmi Vilas Ras is very useful for people who are having severe respiratory issues or interface issues like I had with the low SpO2. And Arogya Vardhani is for those people who are having gut issues. So this is my plug for Rasha Ushadis and for doing research. So let me move on to some of the, actually, I want to get to the research part. So I'm going to skip over some of these slides by talking about them each very briefly. This is all from the National Clinical Management Protocol for Ayurveda, which a series of them have come out. Tanuja did mention this one, and I encourage you to go and get it and see it. But what they have done, which disturbs me, is they have set medicine. So everyone thinks they should be taking Chyawanprash, even if they don't have good gut fire. If you don't have good Jataragni, what are you going to do with Chyawanprash or Ashwagandha? Can you actually bring it into your body and make the ahara into ahara rasa, into rasa dhatu, and get it to your tissues? Actually do that if you can't even get clean bowel movements. Jataragni is the first thing to do. So what I recommend this stuff is I have an herbal tea, which was already mentioned by several people, with the appropriate, muleti, tulsi, black pepper, turmeric, so many different things you can use. But I have people take ginger with a little bit of lime and a little bit of sea salt, mix it and marinate it and have it 10 minutes before their lunch so that their Jataragni can increase. Because bringing their Jataragni up, making sure they have ruchi and hunger and then making sure they have a bowel movement every single day, I tell them, is the best prophylactic care they can have. And that's also to watch for their children, make sure their children are hungry for delicious food. This idea of giving set formulations, if this is a book for practitioners and not for laypersons, what I would say to my students is look up the formulations and get to know them really well. That's what this book is really good for. I don't consider it a prescription book. I consider it a book to learn about different medicines that other Vaidyas have used so that I can find what I want to recommend. The criteria for knowing a disease is a very important part of understanding how we should diagnose. And I try to think about the cardinal signs and symptoms that are going on for a disease that I think, which is called differential diagnosis, versus the actual disease symptoms that I see. When patients come to me and say, I have diabetes, how do you know? My sugar level is high, but what do you feel? Well, the doctor says my sugar is, 192. Right, but that's a blood test. What do you feel? What's your lakshana? What are your symptoms? And if they can't tell you the rupas, if they can't tell you what they're actually feeling, you have to ask them questions to find out, because that is actually how we diagnose. There are too many Vaidyas today that are depending on COVID positive test, COVID negative test, CT severity score. And if you talk to the best Vaidyas that are seeing thousands of patients, first of all, there's no time. Second of all, there's no money. And third of all, sometimes you don't even have access to the test because of the volume. And what they do is they clinically see the patient. And I think what I'm saying is actually known to all of you. I don't think this is anything new. But to ask the question of what features are distinguishing this illness, and what differentiates a person who gets sick versus one that doesn't get sick, we need to look at some numbers. So these are calculated as of today. And what we know is that 97% of people will recover. Okay, so that means that, some 3-point-some% will not recover. And of those, how many are dying? 1.2%. And I think that's pretty much in tune with what Rajmohan V talked about and some of the others who are at the levels of government where they're tracking this on a daily basis. So with such a low fatality rate, people are worried because it seems to be such a severe disease. And yet the question we need to ask is not who dies, but who is not getting sick? What do those people have who are not getting sick? And what I mentioned earlier is those people that keep their bodies clean, they've had panchakarma in the last year, or they've kept their bodies clean. Maybe all they required was a mridu virechana, or they went for just a few basti, right? Or they do the daily nasya, they make sure they do jalneti, they keep their body clean. Those people are the ones who don't get sick. The ones who have very good jataragni don't get sick. They are the ones who never had, cases. So the 98% of people in India who never had cases, and I think it's a little bit lower worldwide, it's something like 96% of people never got sick at all. Why don't we focus on that number? When we prescribe, we also need to look at satmiya. So when we say, oh, everyone should get this or everyone should get that, some people are saying no one should take XYZ foods or XYZ medicines. If your satmiya allows you to take it, you should take it. Professor Jha has been taking mercury, parad, for the last 50 years every single day. That's his satmiya. I don't ever question whether or not giving him a medicine with rasa aushadhi in it is going to increase or decrease or destroy his liver or his kidney, right? Because it's his satmiya. He has grown used to it. And for those of us who are devotees of Rasa Shastra, we do take Rasa Aushadhis every single day. And our satmiya allows us to take in certain kinds of medicines. And I want that to be a reminder for you when you create research, because research is always in a population with a sample. And your sample in that population has to be true to that particular area and not generalized to others. Okay, I need to speed up a bit. I already talked about the importance of manobala. And in the case study that we're writing up, we talk about foods to avoid long COVID. So if the person has anorexia and they have body pain, that indicates they have ama in their body, their amas in their shakas, and they need to be cleaning out their gut. Again, jataragni. So the background of this is what I teach my American students to understand Ahara. They have no idea about the food groups. So I go through the food groups with them and I teach them things that they don't understand about foods because they learn modern clinical nutrition or they learn naturopathic nutrition. But if you go into Ayurveda, it tells you the foods that are easy to digest are what you should be having. So Mandapaya should be right up there, and your Kashaya that you drink today. In fact, Shadanga Paniya as your base for cooking rice, for cooking all of your foods, and for drinking, so that you don't have any kacha jal, which means non-boiled water. No non-boiled water for any COVID patients because they should have digested pakka water. So the 4 foods that we tell patients not to eat are fats because it is guru to digest, fried foods because it's guru to digest, fruits, raw fruits because it's guru to digest, and sorry, they should say multi-fiber rich. So fiber rich means those multi-grain breads, multi-grain flours, because they are harder to digest because they're chemically processed, and Vivecheti, Muncheti is not going to recognize it, and therefore it becomes guru to digest. This is basically the only thing that I can say that I adhere to as a set rule for my patients treating COVID. And I teach them about good Agni and what is Agni. And if they're chemists, I talk to them about enthalpy, and I talk to them about fire, and why Pipali is very good for Shroto Shodhana, and why Agni and opening up the channels is very good. So I also talk to them about Langhana and the benefits of fasting in modern terms if they're American. So I talk to them about how pancreatitis and caloric restriction is a very, very strong anti-aging strategy. This convinces the scientists and the doctors that I work with, the modern doctors, who are also seeing the patients that I'm seeing, so that we are able to integrate. I talk to them about Kalabhojanam and the who, what, why, when, how of Ahara, and really go into the different parts of eating properly, because we really believe that that is what's predisposing people to getting worse. Even if they get better from COVID, come out of the hospital, the ones that are going back in, because they're a nourishing diet. What does nourishing diet mean? It means meat and eggs and things which are very, very processed and heavy to digest. So they are getting worse again, and then they're having their coagulation problems and their respiratory problems, all because of that gut-lung axis, which is sending ama or sending undigested foods up to areas where they're not yet 100% recovered. So now we talk about the research part. What is evidence? Evidence is being able to observe keenly without bias. And unfortunately, we do have a tendency to have our beliefs. I believe in Ayurveda. So what I believe is going to be overlapping with objective facts. So I'll find something from allopathy, I'll stick it in, I'll say, allopathy says this, and so believe it. And so this is what I choose to see. But if you go into these word clouds or these kind of lists of different kinds of bias, what you'll see is that modern medicine has a different idea of what is very biased and what is valid. And for them, looking across many different studies, like a meta-analysis, which is right here, is considered to be the best kind of a study, which is actually a flaw. Because if you think about it and you say, okay, which is the best size of shoe? Well, the best size, the Shrestha, the best size of shoe. Okay, so in the population, you have people with 34 size, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, which is the best one. So people say, let's look at the average. Well, if the average shoe size is 41, but I'm at 38, that 41 is not going to be very good for me at all. It's not going to be Shrestha. And for the person who has a 43 size foot, the size 41 size shoe is absolutely not Shrestha. So Ayurveda already understands that. And so as I sit on these committees, I'm now on 2 NIH committees evaluating medicines, which is actually I have to say it's a lot of work, and I do learn a lot, but it's really painful for me because the doctors that sit on that committee are all about meta-analysis and the Cochrane studies and what's allowed. And every time I try to introduce a study from Ayurveda, they are very uncomfortable and they start moving around in their chairs because they say, well, Bhashwati, this is not a meta-analysis. The sample size is so small. And I try to take them to that analogy that the best medicine for that shoe, for that size 43 person, is not a size 41 shoe. It's not a meta-analysis research outcome. So what I'm slowly doing is moving them towards whole systems research. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Oh, well, I wanted to show this first. It's a study on breath work and yoga. So people have been saying that yoga and pranayama is very good and everyone should do it for COVID. And so I looked up this paper, and what I realized, this is actually about cancer-related fatigue, but what I tell is that if you haven't already learned pranayama earlier and you're not already ready to do it, you shouldn't do pranayama when you have COVID. Why? Because you can't learn it in the week that you get sick. It's just like a woman who's pregnant who goes for Lamaze or Bradley breathing classes in her 5th or 6th month of pregnancy to get ready for labor, right? 3 or 4 months ahead of time, so that she's ready to breathe properly in the crisis. So when I use that analogy with the modern medical doctors, the scientists who are trying to set up this research on pranayama, then they understand why they can't just go in and give a cancer patient pranayama and expect it to work, because a cancer patient can barely walk 500 meters, much less do these 45-minute yoga sessions with pranayama. And this was mentioned by Dr. Reshmi in the, I think, yesterday's talk. So when we set up studies, we need to be thinking about the reality of practice. Okay, so now how do we shift the bias? So this was already mentioned by Ram Manohar, that there are so many biases by the mainstream. This is a poster that I found on, it was either Twitter or Facebook yesterday. It's by UNICEF. They're trying to get ready for the child COVID wave that's coming. And one of the things they say is do not self-medicate and use home decoctions and they give these ajwain and all these things. Now, how do they know that these home medicines don't work? This is a bias. This is a certain bias, because people will say, well, should I be taking this kara? UNICEF says that it's not right for us to home medicate. Maybe I should go to a doctor. They go to the doctor and the doctor says, don't take any of those spices. You don't know, maybe they have heavy metals in them. Maybe they're not, not safe. So that kind of a bias is what we are up against. And so what I try to do is I spend a lot of time thinking about how are we going to shift this. The population decides. In every democratic country, the population decides. People around the world can hate Modi, but the billion people that voted for Modi decided that Modi is the prime minister or the government sect that they want, and Modi is the decided person, right? Now, many people enjoy that decision, others don't, but they accept it. And what happens is that the market decides, the majority decides, the people decide. And when you have population-based preferences, it's not the mainstream doctors that we should be convincing, it's the population. So what I would recommend, God make it that one day Rajesh Kotecha would actually ask me something, I would say to him, why don't we put together a group of campaigns in which we help the population to come forward and tell what they are using that works. Get a celebrity to speak. Already we have several celebrities that will openly say that they prefer Ayurveda. Have them speak about their COVID experience with Ayurveda. One of the ideas that I proposed to Rajmohan V for the Kerala group was to have a group of Vaidyas. They had to be young Vaidyas who were very on with their cell phones to make 3 to 5 minute videos on one prophylactic measure that they would use for COVID. And I tried to get this campaign going and get the Vaidyas to start making YouTube videos. And then we would have a channel of those videos that we could spread. If you could watch a 2 to 3 minute video of a Vaidya written, Vaidya, Jyotsni Rema, or Vaidya Sri Lakshmi on the bottom, and she's talking to you about this method. You could then do research on the popular people and ask them, what do you know about this method? They would watch. They love commercials. They love advertising. This is why every kid knows about Complan and Horlicks, and why they don't know about the Ayurvedic brands. Chyawanprash is trying to do that. So that would be my first part of integrative research. Then to do studies on belief versus science. So I talked about this earlier. You know, Ram Manohar said that he never used Rasoshadhi, trained in the 1980s. And I know he's been all over the country as well as the world, but it was only when Dr. Joshi convinced him, or he had belief in her. She was actually given an award by Krishna Kumarji last year for having outstanding protocols. It was only because of his belief in her that he actually tried Rasoshadhis, because he knows at least 100 other people that use Rasoshadhis, but he didn't believe in it until his belief was grounded by someone that he trusted. People use Ayurveda when they believe in it. They don't care about science. I can show science to the FDA, the NIH, and all the other groups that I have access to in America. They will not they will not accept it if I show them the science. But if they believe it, then it will come. So many of you know that the history of alternative medicine actually having a place in WHO and in America at the NIH was because someone got sick who was a man of prominence. And in the US, it was his wife. And she was, by alternative medicine, allowed the NIH to actually get forced to put an office of alternative medicine into their headquarters. So how to get to the population? Articulate writing. So I'm going to show you some examples that I have done. This is a column that I do for a layman's newspaper called the South Asia Times. It's in New York, but it's read by Indians all around the country and now actually beyond the USA and Canada. And every week I write about some aspect. This is a COVID and Ayurveda series, which they call holistic health because they don't want to say COVID and Ayurveda. And I talked about the concept of Uchishta and Juta. They spelled it wrong, but it's Juta. And how those of us who are Hindu who follow Juta have better hygiene practices. And these hygiene practices are actually similar to the ones that are being prescribed now for COVID, whether it's hand washing or it's bathing when you come inside, changing your clothes often. All of these were put together, as you remember, I said in the beginning, in the dark ages when the plague and the encephalitis and various diseases were to Asia, Bharat was safe because we had these concepts of hygiene. The next 6 slides are examples that I gave of integrative medicine so that you can understand how to explain references for your research. And then I will talk about some of the ways to do research. A study that talks of veins that connect scalp through the dura and into the actual cerebrum, the white and gray matter of the brain. As many of you know, allopaths laugh about the power of hair oil and whether or not the hair oil that we give in Ayurveda can actually penetrate in and have effects on the neurological and psychiatric symptoms by penetrating through to the neurons. Well, these emissary veins actually say that they connect the extracranial, means outside of the skull, venous system with the intracranial. And when I show them this study and show them that actually the idea of Shirobasti or hair oil or even the Shirodhara can show effects inside in the neurons, and they want proof. These are the kinds of studies that every one of you should collect if you want to speak the language of integration and write papers in those kinds of journals. I'm not saying that you should become a translator. You should never translate, but you should correlate. And there's a difference between correlation and translation. I try not to translate because I believe in the sanctity of Ayurveda as its own science. But I also believe that when I am in Benares, I can't speak Bangla, I have to speak in Hindi. So I speak in these research papers using these references. Another one is about this unrecognized tissue that was discovered by modern medicine called the interstitium. They used to deny that there was any effect of putting oil on the skin, that it never would penetrate and get to other parts of the body. But as it turns out, it was because of the way that they fixed their tissues in histology that was creating an artifact under the microscope. And once they were able to gain new microscopic techniques, they realized that there's actually a patent, an open highway under the skin, and between the skin and the fascia of the muscle, there's this entire open space, and that is how the oil comes in through the skin and actually moves to other parts of the body. And they actually should have known this from transdermal medicines, but I reminded to them. I also talk about things in dinacharya, such as the effect of the moon, which we call soma, right? There's Agni and soma, and the importance of the moon as we move, through Dakshinayana, so that our body gets stronger and stronger over those 6 months, and how the physiologic effect is so important in Ritucharya as well as dinacharya. I talk about clock genes and the Zeitgebers, which is a German term for the kind of research that we do on chronobiology. And in COVID times, I've been talking about the importance of using Blumen and the importance of using chemical particles that you can get into your lungs that can't go in any other way, right? So the importance of using Dupana for cleaning the environment and getting the viruses to precipitate out of the air. Okay, so this is about daily rhythms and the importance of dinacharya, of keeping ourselves healthy. And Ram Manohar mentioned the mucociliary epithelium. So there was a study a few years ago about the role of bitter and sweet taste receptors in the upper airway, so in the nasal passages all the way back to the sinuses and down to the bronchi. And it talked about how there are these effects of bitter. So when bitter microbial products or bitter herbs or bitters in anuthailam or in mustard oil come into the nose, especially. So if you take some, put it in the nose and snort it in or do daily nasya, how you can actually improve the mucociliary, both the cilia, which will be these little hairs that push the bacteria out, as well as putting a mucus lining to prevent these bacteria and viruses from penetrating. So this is more evidence. Okay, so then there was one more evidence about the food. So Ram Manohar also talked about how do we study the gut and how do we move forward the research. And when Tanuja ma'am was talking about this, I was thinking, how do we find outcomes measures? So there have been some papers actually, and this is out of the psychology literature, where appetite control, it's usually used for obesity and overweight, but it's also useful for anorexia nervosa, as well as just evaluating appetite, what we call ruchi, right? So the idea of anorexia or the need to eat has been one of the symptoms that's come up in COVID-20 or COVID-21, where we're seeing these new variants creating new symptoms. So if we were to look at these appetites and create, appetite outcomes measures and create our own outcomes measures for Ayurveda, it would be really nice to just go into the Shastras and use the Lakshana and the Purva Rupas and say, these are the kinds of things that we should watch for. This is what I did in my PhD thesis for diabetes and pre-diabetes. Now, the Rome criteria are used for irritable bowel syndrome. And as I looked through them, I was thinking we should have criteria that are Ayurvedic. We can call them the Charaka criteria, the Grahani criteria, and put them into the same kinds of outlines measures, measuring them by maybe biochemical parameter or a clinical examination, a sign or symptom. We should also look at outcomes measures for the different Kalabhojanam. Until date, I cannot find any papers where anyone discusses all of the questions we should ask and how we would measure what they're doing now with what they're doing later. And I think that would be an amazing way of, actually amazing study of research. So this is a study, this is a framework for chikitsa. I'm going to skip over it because it's already been spoken about, to take the history and treat the symptoms according to the emergent dosha and the emerging lakshanas and not based on some preset criteria. And then to use all kinds of swasthya raksha tools so that it's not only a chemical thing, cleaning the environment and then making sure that the patient understands what they need to do. There was a paper a few years ago, about 6 years ago, that talked about what our present status is and why we are lagging behind. And I would encourage you to read this paper. There's the reference for it. You can take a screenshot and look at what the reasons are that Dr. Chauhan and colleagues put together, because these are the kinds of issues we need to think about when we're designing research. So I'm just going to present a few more slides if I could get the permission of the organizers. I'm just right at the top of the hour and I just want to have enough time to finish these slides. Is that okay? Sri Lakshmi Ji?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can have a few minutes more, ma'am.
Okay, great. So there are many different types of research that are there in addition to the case control cohort and the typical clinical randomized clinical trial that people talk about. Now, I realized that Ayurvedic people don't know about this when I, number one, sat in on the research methodology classes during my PhD, and two, when I watch these research methodology seminars that are being given constantly with actually no outcomes. You just don't see anyone suddenly writing papers after going to those research methodology seminars. So I've been thinking, why is it that people, 200 people go to a seminar, but then there's like no papers written as a result of that seminar? Why? And I think one of the reasons is because they're not talking about research designs that are specifically for Ayurveda. They're talking about designs that are for the pharmaceutical-based research where you can do blinding, where you can do randomization, and when you can actually have controlled studies very easily. And that is not a realistic thing in most of our patients, especially for COVID. So whole systems means looking at the whole body and using criteria that are quality of life based, or that are, some of the ones used now, like, is it a case or is it not a case of COVID? Is the person dying or not dying? Does the person have fibrosis based on XYZ criteria or not? So those are larger than just D-dimer or following a number in a biochemical parameter. And the whole systems for COVID needs to be, how was the person when they initially presented? How were they a little bit before they presented? Like, let's say 3 months or like 6 weeks before. And then how long does it take until their last symptom? How do you decide that they are well? What is the quality of life outcomes measures you're going to use? So SF36 quality of life measure is a very common one. I would suggest that a group of people get together and instead of 36 questions from allopathic side, come up with a Ayurvedic quality of life standard, which can then be tested among a lot of people and then used as a standard in Ayurvedic research that talks about people in different prakritis, different desha, different kala, and different manobala. And if you can put them in those categories and then look at their quality of life, a person that has low manobala and is very prone to anxiety from their, just as part of their prakriti, their mental prakriti, they are not going to be able to do the same things as us pitta kapha people who are doctors, who are sitting in, very, very challenging times and getting through them. They have different strengths, we have different strengths, but we should not be compared against each other. And that's what whole systems is about. Okay, literature research is already being done a lot by people in Ayurveda because they go through, they find the research and then they report on it, but they're not articulate about the tarka by challenging it. When I used to do journal clubs in my PhD time, there was once when I was judging a paper, I was doing a critique journal club of Dr. Prajapati, who's at the All India Institute of Ayurveda. And I was immediately shouted at by my HOD that how dare I criticize an elder? And I said, I'm not criticizing him, I'm criticizing the work, the paper. How dare you? You cannot speak against another Vaidya. I said, then how do we do journal club? How do we do a critique? This is a big problem in Ayurveda. If you can't do tarka, if you cannot evaluate and critique other research, it's not going to help anyone to blindly accept what someone's done because they're from, they're your senior, they're your boss from another age. You have to be able to critique literature and do good literature research. Where we should start in Ayurveda now, today, because we've had a late start due to all the biases against allowing Ayurvedic people to practice on COVID patients in India, is survey research. So I might not come back to this slide, but I'm going to show you a survey that we did. This was done in March. We started on March 27th. And at T24 hours, means exactly 1 day later, we had received 1,466 responses from Vaidyas, and we reported on this study. And we didn't find anyone that wanted to publish it. But anyway, I went ahead and just sent it out. And it was interesting because I sent it to the Prime Minister's office, and it was a day later that he invited Ayurvedic and Ayush practitioners on a video conference to talk about forward steps for Ayurveda. So who knows if he had already decided he was going to do the conference or if he had seen this study, but survey research shows the will of the people. And that's what I was saying earlier, that we need to get to a place where the will of the people drives us forward. Okay, oops, sorry. So community-based research is also kind of like survey research, but it's using clinical parameters in a large community. It's a way of doing public health research. Another is design. There are lots of Indians who can design apps and to do data mining in that app. So one was done by the naturopathic school in Portland, Oregon, which was looking at CAM being used for COVID. And I was asked to put in several questions about Ayurveda used for COVID. So we're actually waiting still for the data, but people wrote in what Ayurveda they were using, either for themselves as patients or as practitioners, what they were recommending to patients. That kind of app-based research is very, very lucrative in terms, it has the potential for producing many papers. Patient-centered outcomes research is an area that people should look into because they always say, well, it's not tailored for Ayurveda. Well, Ayurveda is patient-centered if it's done properly. And then the last is a case report done the right way. So I've gone to a seminar recently on case reports, and I was so embarrassed that what they did, everything was theoretical about how to put together case reports, but they didn't actually put together a case report in front of you to show you how it's done. And that is what is missing. So I had put together a list of all of the different journals for case reports and run a fellowship last fall for Vaidyas. And I was trying to teach these Vaidyas how to do case reports. And what I learned actually validated what I saw in that case report methodology seminar, which is that we need to sit people down and show them how to write it. So for example, here is a framework using the care guidelines. Give people this template, a blank age, year-old, blank gender, retired, occupation. You have to fill in the parts that are in gray and use this general sentence. And if you use this as a framework, you can find sentences like this in all the published case reports. Find one that is something that relates to what you are doing and use it as a template, change it around and use it for your own case report. So this will help you if you don't have good English to write a case report. If you can do that, then what you'll find is, then what you'll find is that you can write your first case report and get it published. And when we have a critical number of case reports on COVID using different types of Ayurveda, they're going to be able to bring it together as a body of evidence and present it to groups. And that is what for. You also need to have a timeline. This is a timeline from a report that I'm making. And I think it's really important that people learn how to set up timelines in their patient documentation as the case is progressing before it's time to write it up. So if you write out what's going on and then you follow it as it goes through, many patient documentation charts already have this, but people don't use it. In fact, in Goa, there was a hospital that had some 250 patients. We were following it from Udupi, and the guy that was actually in charge of it was a friend of the man that was helping with my fellowship. And they had 250 patients. We were very excited they were going to come out with a really robust study. And what ended up happening is they didn't have documentation well set up. They did not have their doctors, their nurses, and their patient attendants that were working in the hospital actually fill it up, so that at the end, they didn't have any data. They had outcomes, but they had no data, and that entire study went into the wash. Same happened with a hospital in Haryana. Same happened with a hospital in Calcutta. Every hospital that I've been watching and following has not been able to produce robust data because they don't know how to do documentation. Okay.
Ma'am?
Yes, I think we need to stop.
I'm sorry. Yes, there's a shortage of time. I'm sorry,
Yes.
participants as well, because they're eagerly listening to you. But sorry to barge in, but we have to conclude and move to the discussion session.
Great. So then we'll just go ahead and end then. I want to thank you all for listening to me. I'm sorry I went over by 15 minutes. Pardon me for that extra time. If you have any questions, you can write to me. My email address was on the front here. You can write to me at this email. And if we have time for discussion, fine. Otherwise, thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. It was really an eye-opening session. Thank you for the very interactive and the very influential session indeed. And now the session is open for discussion, and I request the participants to post their question in the chat box or raise their hand to ask their question. Okay, there are 2 questions in the chat box. Shall I read it out, ma'am? Okay. Ma'am, you have muted. Okay. What is your opinion on COVID recovered patients being asked to get vaccinated?
What is your opinion on?
On COVID recovered patients being asked to get vaccinated?
This is a really interesting question. And my slides have stopped sharing. Is that correct? I'm just checking that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. So what I tell people is Kshetrikarana. If you are being forced to be vaccinated, either because you have to travel or because of your workplace or because you're a healthcare worker that's working in a hospital, you have to do it. Kshetrikarana. Get yourself ready. What's your Jataragni? Make sure you do a Mridu Virechana if you're not having daily bowel movements, and get your body ready. Because the fact is that all of us have encountered COVID and 90% of us haven't gotten sick. So if you have to take the vaccine and you trust that the vaccine has stuff in it that is actually COVID, then just say, I could take COVID out in the air and fight it and not get sick. I can take a little bit of a vaccine being put into my arm. That is the best and most official thing I can say of online where I'm being recorded. I will also say that I know many doctors who have participated in vaccines which aren't actually vaccines, so that they get the documentation they can get done. Now, we can never distinguish who actually had the vaccine from who didn't, and that's going to be a study in the future that happens. Now, in some countries, I will say that if you can prove that you have antibody to COVID because you are a recovered patient, you are exempted from the vaccine for 90 days, or you don't have to take it at all. One of my doctor friends in Britain was taking care of COVID patients, and he was able to show a titer level of anti-COVID antibodies. And so he's not being forced to take the vaccine. And I look forward to that kind of research being done in India, although I doubt it because there's so much money to be made by giving vaccines or by the government buying vaccines that I doubt that we're going to have that kind of scientific approach of anti-COVID antibodies as an exemption. I hope that was a satisfactory answer for the question.
Okay. One more question, and since there is a lack of time, it will be the last question. What could be the reason for a patient to have recurrent UTI-like symptoms post-COVID, even up to 6 months? What would you suggest?
Recurrent what symptoms? RTI?
UTI.
UTI symptoms. Okay. So urinary tract infection is generally due to cystitis if it's 6 months and it's not an acute UTI. So when people have a bladder that is inflamed but not infected, it is generally due to some kind of, we can say Pura Rupa of Meha in the system. So I tell them they need to clean out their inflammation, their ama. First thing is, again, the Jataragni. I give them a Mridu Virechana if they're not having daily bowel movements. And I tend to give them a herb that will be Mutrala to get out the Mutra and see if that helps clear it. Usually, if it's a chronic cystitis, it will not help because the problem is not the urine. The problem is the lining of the urinary bladder. I think I'm getting the question right. Is that
Yeah, recurrent UTI symptoms in post-COVID.
Yeah. So it's really about the ama stuck in the body. So we need to get that ama out. So I specifically, I don't know the age or the specifics of the patient, but I would be thinking about getting their Jataragni up, making sure that they have antiviral herbs in their daily Kada, first thing in the morning and around 9 p.m. night. No late night meals. Langhana, get the gut clean, and then start with some herbs that are cleansing of the kidney, ureter, bladder system, such as Gokshuradi Gugulu. I mean, this is not knowing the patient actually. And then after about a week or two of that, then I would start using a Rasoshadhi like Chandraprabhavati, but not until I had already cleaned out their gut and then their kidney-oriented, kidney liver-oriented Rakta Shodhana. And then I have to monitor the patient to see how their urine is doing. But I've had a lot of people that have had UTIs. In fact, I have one right now that had it, but I'm not sure it was due to COVID. You know, you really have to get a good patient history and make sure that they didn't have UTIs before in the past, and it's really due to COVID and not due to an exacerbation of something inflammatory in the body due to COVID exacerbating a previous condition.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It was really a very wonderful session, and for answering the questions also. Thank you. Indeed, we are indebted for you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Chandramoulishwaran sir to speak a few words regarding Samsiddhi 2021 Ayurveda Decoded. Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you, madam. It was a wonderful session. And once again, I thank all the audience. So we are planning in the month of August, Samsiddhi. We just kept the name Ayurveda Decoded. Why? Because it was my thought, and I was discussing with one of my friend and student Sai, and I told, like, the focus should be like, we need to ask why, so we have to, of course, we all follow the Apta, Apta Upadesha. We never question Aptas, but sometimes, you don't no need to question, but we need to understand what could be the reason why they said it. So take the example, Brahme Muhurtam, and sleeping in the, keeping your, like sleeping, keeping your head on north, or what is Ojas, okay, and what is the Samyak Snigdha Lakshanas, why it happens, so why, we don't know, like, we just go and read it, but we need to find answer in all the Ashtangas. There are lots of whys are there. If you take it Dinacharya, Rutucharya, any subjects, okay. So like, what is really happening, to find answers to those questions, okay, Vajikarna or Rasayana, there are so many areas. I consider, like, definitely they would have done so much research and they would have put it in the texts, but we need to find out, what is that concept, what could be the reason behind that, okay. So just we want to decode this. That's why, we just simply, we put that topic. I we need to come out with a little bit more attractive topic heading. So this we are going to conduct in the month of August. So we are going to try to find answers through various people, various scholars, what could be. And I don't want to have the hypothesis, like, oh, this could be, that could be, but with solid proof, like, what when you put the gold near to the parada, it just catches, it absorbs. But what is happening? What is the chemical reaction behind that? What is the biochemistry behind that? So I want to decode that and to bring it, just, if you open the FB, you see this, all these things. Oh, you see our Acharyas, great. Parda is taking up the gold, fine. Why it is taking up, how it is taking up, what is the reaction happening. So we want to focus on that. So hopefully I invite all of you for that, and I want your presence there. So thank you once again. Thank you, Anandal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, once again for the mind-blowing session. With that, we come to the end of today's valedictory session. To render the vote of thanks, let me invite Dr. Tulya Mohandas, Vice Principal, Ayurveda College, Coimbatore. Over to you, ma'am.
Intellectual growth should commence at birth and cease only at death. With this beautiful quote of Albert Einstein, I am opportunate to extend my heartful gratitude after 4 days of enlightening session. Last 4 days of Ayur Samiksha 2021, we are blessed to have the presence of all the eminent speakers from all over the world who have showered their immense knowledge to brighten the minds of all the participants. My heartfelt thanks to all of them. On behalf of Ayurveda College Coimbatore, my colleagues, Team Diksha, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Paswati Bhattacharya ma'am for her informative session. Thank you ma'am for sharing your experience. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Ram Manohar sir for sharing his valuable knowledge with us. Thank you sir. I'm also grateful to Dr. Tanuja Manoj Nesri ma'am for spending her valuable time for us. Thank you ma'am. I extend my gratitude to our managing trustee, Dr. Sendil Ganesh sir, for his constant assistance and encouragement. Thank you, sir. I am delighted to extend my gratitude to our Secretary of Health Science, RVS, Nagani ma'am, who is like a candle which lights the way for us whenever we are in darkness. Thank you, ma'am. I am much obliged to our beloved principal, Dr. Chandramoulishwaran, for his constant motivation to lead this event a fruitful and successful one. Thank you, sir. I am equally thankful to I Ask Ayush, Jiknyasa Tamil Nadu, and all other sponsors for their support. You can't build a great building on a weak foundation. Is rightly applicable to Team Diksha learning. Diksha is a platform which is a stepping stone for many practitioners, academicians, students to flourish their career and enrich their knowledge. Anything is possible when you have the right people to support you. One such person is our former principal, Dr. Sudhir Raj sir, who is the founder and vital force for Diksha. We are always blessed by him. Everything is a teamwork. So I am thankful to all my colleagues, students, internees who have put their heart and soul to make this event a grand success. Last but not the least, I thank all the participants who are gathered here for accepting our offer. As rightly said, there is no teacher without a student. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, for Shanti Mandram, I would like to invite Vineta. Over to you, Vineta.
Asratoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Amritam Gamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Likewise, when we come to an end of this 4-day-long international convention of Ayurveda Samiksha, it brings us a fresh ray of hope during these dark times of COVID-19. Thank you all the dignitaries, speakers, and participants who have joined us here today. For further updates on upcoming programs, please stay connected with all our social medias. Thank you all. Have a pleasant evening ahead. Thank you and good night.